Are you guys ready?
Yeah, we're ready. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, you have quorum, sir.
Speed it up, man. How do I get my? How do I get my? Okay. Your mic's on. Yeah, see, now that I can't see. That little, I can't see that. You're online. Oh. You're online. Oh. Number 3. Yeah, I have it up. You have it up. That's why I said, ready, it's up. Let's show you. About 5,000. Check. Check 1, 2.
Bueno, we are ready now.
Yeah. So it's ready, yeah. We're right here. We all with 3. Well, I'm saying, no, it's not gambling. It's not the same thing. It's not gambling. All of us. Right here, we're all on. Oh. No, no. Okay.
Maybe it's from the computer. Don't read it off. We all are. All right, we're ready.
Okay, we're ready? Who wants to do the honors today? You got, okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the City of Hialeah Planning and Zoning Board meeting for January, 15th, 2025. Happy New Year. Okay, everyone, please rise for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Lord, thank you for giving us the opportunity to serve our city today. And please grant us the wisdom to do right for all our constituents. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Play ball.
Meeting guidelines. The following guidelines apply to today's Planning and Zoning Board meeting. Any person, whether participating via the web platform, telephonic conferencing, or physical presence at City Hall, interested in making comments or posing questions on any item on the agenda may do so during the meeting. Members of the public may hear the meeting live through telephonic conferencing using any telephone or cellular phone service. A smart device or computer are not necessary to participate in the meeting if you join by phone. All persons participating via the web platform will be muted during the meeting until called upon to be heard. Participation through Zoom requires a computer or smart mobile device with a microphone and web camera. The participant may elect to participate in the meeting using audio only or appear through both audio and video. The video functions of all participants appearing through video will be turned off until called upon to be heard. All lobbyists must register with the Planning and Zoning Board prior to item being heard. A maximum of 4 speakers in favor and 4 speakers in opposition will be allowed to address the Planning and Zoning Board on any item. Each speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Item number 1, roll call. Mr. Perez?
Here.
Mr. Mason?
Here.
Mr. Iglesias?
Here.
Mr. Jimenez? Is absent. Mr. Ulloa?
Here.
Mr. Santiago?
Here.
Mrs. Enriquez? Is absent. We have a quorum. Item number 2, approval of Planning and Zoning Board summary agenda of December 11th, 2024 as submitted.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Ulloa, second by Mr. Santiago. Mr. Mason?
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias?
Yes.
Mr. Santiago?
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa?
Yes.
Mr. Perez?
Yes.
Item has been approved. Administration of oath to all applicants and anyone who will be speaking before the board on any agenda.
Everyone that's going to testify in front of the board, please stand, raise your right hand. If
Do-
you're gonna talk, yeah. Ustedes van a prestar testamento. No.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth before this board? ¿Juras o afirmas decir la verdad ante esta junta?
Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record show the answer was in the affirmative.
A written decision and resolution will be prepared and presented for review to the city council. The city council is authorized to affirm with conditions, or override the decision for resolution. After the resolution is adopted, contact a member of the city clerk's office to obtain a copy of the final decision and resolution. Upon your receipt of the final decision and resolution, contact the building department to obtain your required building permit. Summary minutes or copy of the audio file of the proceedings before the Planning and Zoning Board shall be prepared and submitted to the city council before its hearing.
Let the record show that Mr. Jimenez has arrived. Evening.
The Planning and Zoning Board recommendations for the following public hearing requests will be heard by the city council at a scheduled meeting of Tuesday, January 28th, 2025. So item number 3, we would like to know if we could move it to the end of the agenda. If we
Sure.
could hear it to the end, if you're okay with it.
If it's okay with the applicant, we're good with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so item number 3 will be heard at the end of the agenda. Moving along, item number 4. Variance permit to allow the expansion of a non-conforming use existing at the site since 1984. Conditional use permit to allow the supervisory residential care and treatment facility with the existing 120 beds plus 12 new additional beds. And variance permit to allow 40 parking spaces where 44 parking spaces are required. Property is located at 5345 West 18th Avenue. Hialeah zoned R33, multiple family district. Applicant Javier Vasquez, Esquire, on behalf of Alarin Rehabilitation and Senior Living Propco LLC.
Yep.
The property in this application. The property in this application is located at the southeast intersection of West 53rd Terrace and West 18th Avenue. The site was developed in 1984 as a nursing home with 120 beds and 36 parking spaces, and is known as Susanna Wesley Health Center. The current use of the property as a nursing home, also known as supervisory residential care and treatment facility, is considered a legal non-conforming use since this type of facility currently requires approval through a conditional use permit. At this time, the applicant is before the city requesting a conditional use permit to allow a supervisory residential care and treatment facility at the subject location and requesting a variance to allow the expansion of the non-conforming use in order to add 12 beds to the existing 120-bed facility, for a total of 132 beds. In addition, a variance is required to allow 40 parking spaces where 44 are required. The maximum number of employees working on the same shift is proposed to be 6 or less, depending on the shift. 6 during the day, 5 in the evenings, and 3 at night. Since the requested variance is minimal and existing parking significantly outnumbers the number of employees, the parking variance may be approved. Given that the nursery home use has been a continuous use for the last 40 years and the expansion on the number of beds will be accommodated within the existing facility by retrofitting unused spaces, the CUP and expansion of the non-conforming use may be approved. As for the parking variance, since the parking availability exceeds the number of employees working on the same shift, the variance may be approved. Recommendation approval.
Thank you.
Through the chair,
Yes, sir.
I don't know if it's a conflict for me, but my mother and mother-in-law are in a nursing home here. Does that affect anything?
You would only have a conflict if you would have a pecuniary gain or interest, whether or not the property would be granted what they're asking for. So if there's a monetary gain or loss that you would receive, then Florida statute requires you to recuse yourself for a conflict. If not, there is no requirement to recuse yourself, but you still can if you'd like.
I'll stay, because there's no monetary gain from you or anything whatsoever for it.
Then I don't think there's a conflict.
Thank you.
Name and address, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. My name is Javi Vasquez. Good evening, Mr. Chair. My name is Javi Vasquez.
Law offices are Berger Singerman, 1450 Brickell Avenue, here on behalf of the applicant, item number 4. My appreciation to the applicant in number 3 for allowing me to go first tonight. I represent Alarian Rehab and Senior Living Propco LLC. They are the owners of the Susana Wesley Health Center at Las Palmas Senior Living Community, which is at 5345 West 18th Avenue. Many of you may remember this whole facility known as Epworth Village, all behind Westland Mall, which has been there for a very, very long time. I don't want to be redundant. Deborah has done a great job of reading the application into the record. And as she mentioned, there's a lot of cleanup here, given the history of the Epworth Village property. And we are here tonight specifically requesting a conditional use permit to allow the expansion of 12 beds. And in addition, we have a variance to the parking requirement to allow 40 spaces where 44 are required. We don't think the variance is a significant issue given the fact that it's a skilled nursing facility. We have a very good arrangement as it relates to the employees. And I think that's part of the reason why staff is recommending approval of this application. So without adding and making this any longer than it needs to be, we would respectfully request that you too forward a recommendation of approval to the city council.
Thank you.
For the records, before you consider the item, I want to correct myself because the staff number,
Right.
including the proposed 12-bed addition, ranges from 28 employees during the morning shift, 21 employees in the evening shift, and 14 employees in the night shift. It's still less employees than the number of parking spaces that they have.
Thank you for clarifying that because I was a little concerned.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, there is ample spaces for the entire staff in different shifts. Does that also include spaces for visitors?
Yes. Yes, because of the fact that, as you heard on the number of staff, there's close to 20 additional spaces.
Right. And needless to say, this is a 24-hour facility, right?
Absolutely. It's been there for a long time. They are ACA approved for the additional bed, so this is just a formality with the city.
And one last question, the patients, for the most part, they don't drive.
None of them drive. This is a skilled nursing facility. As you know, it goes from independent living to assisted living to skilled nursing, unfortunately to hospice. And like we say lovingly in that industry, independent living, assisted living, and then the next step is heaven. So
Okay,
this is a skilled nursing facility, which had, they require 24/7.
thank you. Comments or questions? Anyone in the audience have a comment or question on this item? Anyone in the electronic audience? Okay, closes the part of the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve.
Second.
So we have a motion by
Iglesias
Mr. Iglesias
and
and Jimenez, and second by Mr. Santiesteban. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mr. Perez,
yes.
Mr. Santiesteban,
Yes.
Mr. Jimenez.
Yes.
Item has been approved.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Item number 5, variance permit to allow a single-family home on each substandard parcel. Parcel A includes lots 14 and 15, and parcel B includes lots 16 and 17, having a total area of 6,900 square feet, where 7,500 square feet is the minimum required. Allow each parcel to have a lot width of 50 feet, where 75 feet is the minimum required, and allow parcel A and parcel B to have interior east side setbacks of 5 feet, where 5 feet 1 inch is required. Property is located at 316 East 43rd Street, Hialeah, zoned R1 1 Family District. Applicant, 316 East 43rd Street, Hialeah, LLC.
Is the applicant home? Applicant here?
The applicant is not here, but I think we should consider the application for several reasons. First, because we wanted to place this item in the next meeting, and he insisted that he needed it now. Second, that we received many from this? No, we didn't receive letters.
No, we did not reach any of
And second, that there are neighbors that are present here, so I think we should continue, and then he will have the opportunity to go to the city council, and if he has other things to say, he still has that opportunity. So I will read the report now. The property in this application is located on the south side of East 43rd Street, west of East 4th Avenue. The subject property was developed in 1929 as a single site, including 4 lots as platted in 1927, and is improved with a single-family house that sits in the middle of the parcel. The parcel dimensions are 100 feet by 138.30 feet or 0.31 acres. The house is one of the last remaining houses in the city of Hialeah developed before 1930, as documented by Miami-Dade County, where its original style has been preserved over the years. The subject home and the adjacent homes to east and west are noted within the city's fabric for their careful upkeeping, including yards and adjacent swale areas. The south side of East 43rd Street, within the block where the subject property is located, includes 16 single-family homes, where 75% of the houses are developed on lots with frontages that range from 60 feet to 100 feet. The property is currently owned by an LLC that purchased the property in December 2023. The LLC registered agent also owns other investment properties in the city, and his homestead is in the city as well. At this time, the applicant is before the city with a proposal to demolish the existing 1929 house and build 2 identical 6-bedroom, 4-bathroom homes, placing each of them on 2 of the 4 lots that currently conform this notable parcel. To be able to redevelop the properties as submitted, the following variances are needed. Variance to allow a single-family home on a substandard lot with frontage of 50 feet, an area of 6,900 square feet, where 75 feet and 7,500 square feet are required, and interior east side setbacks of 5 feet, where 5 feet 1 inch is required. In addition, the internal design of the homes is not conducive to maintaining the homes as single-family homes, as each house can be easily converted into 2 living units. This residential neighborhood has already been impacted by the presence of 2 very intensively used commercial properties on the east side of the block, fronting East 4th Avenue. Allowing to split one of the last remaining large parcels and removing one of the few remaining historically valued lots and homes will not only add strain to the neighborhood, but also surrender to the negative transformation of Hialeah neighborhoods. This trend has been seen as supporting the conversion of neighborhoods into rental communities, replacing all established neighborhoods where proud homeowners have been raising multiple generations of their families for the past 60 years or more. In light of these considerations, the requested variances shall be denied because the proposed 50-foot parcels are not consistent with existing frontage dimensions in the block, and because the historic character of the existing house that should be preserved as part of the City of Hialeah historic heritage. The recommendation is denied.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
What I don't like about this is that the applicant is not here. So I'm leaning more towards denial because they don't take it serious, like, plus the history that Deborah mentioned.
Right. I I didn't get a chance to do any drive-bys for this packet this time. It's been personal issues, but I'm looking at the map here. This is your next door neighbor. Right. Yellow house with a brick-looking fence, orange fence, whatever. Are they planning on demolishing the building?
The house
or-
is currently rented to who knows how many people.
Oh. Who knows how many?
I also noticed that the swale area is like, doesn't seem like a swale area.
It used to be very nice with palm trees and grass, and now it has been eroded for the parking of commercial vehicles.
No. All you got to do is just go one property to the east and you see what the swell should look
Yeah.
like.
Through the
Yeah.
chair,
Yes, sir.
is there any way that we could make a motion to make this house like a historical thing for the city of Hialeah?
Well, you could recommend and then the historic board will need to consider it, but then the owner has to agree because it puts a kind of burden when it gives you benefit, but also it gives you responsibilities.
Like a taking.
Well, I tend to agree with my colleague here that the applicant is not here. In all fairness, they should have a voice or at least an opportunity to voice their opinion. So I have absolutely no problem in supporting a table. If anyone wishes to motion for it.
I would like to motion to deny is what I would.
Yes,
Um,
as well.
So motion to deny on my side.
I second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Ulloa, second by Mr. Jimenez.
Through the chair,
Yes, sir.
I think that it's been enough that we're giving up our homes, especially something as lovely as this. You know, we're destroying our neighborhoods. They've been suffering several times.
Yeah.
They've come here several times. And they were suffering with the cafeteria, if I'm not
Right.
mistaken. And I think it's been enough. I think we gotta put a halt to all this.
Yeah, I think we should vote.
Yes.
Right. Well, before we, I mean, we do have a motion, right?
A motion
Okay,
and
but-
a second.
But we don't take a roll call yet. I haven't opened it to the public yet to hear public
Oh.
hearings. Okay.
Okay.
Mainly because, like I said, I feel that we should give the applicant an opportunity to, say their piece. But if the board feels that the way it has been motioned, then let it be. I'll open the floor for the audience to comment, and then we'll treat it as such.
Yeah, but what I feel is like if the neighbors were here.
Yeah.
And it's not their item and the applicant is not here, I mean, that tells me volumes
Yeah.
about the importance that they put on it.
I'm sure the neighbors want to have their voices heard, so I would love to hear what they have to say.
You what? Come on up and say your piece.
They've been impacted enough.
Hello, my name is Teresa Mejidas Perez, and I live right next to this beautiful property. Well, it was more beautiful. My main concern was, I don't have any problem with somebody trying to improve their property, but when I look at what they want to do, it looks like it's going to be two big buildings, multiple bedrooms and bathrooms. It looks like it's going to be a rental unit. And there's so much congestion on our street now because of the corner businesses. We have to get out of our property because all these commercial trucks now are parking on the swale. You can't see when my mom leaves. I have to stand in my swale and look, and wait for the road to be clear to let her out because you can't see anymore. And now I'm thinking, oh my God, if they do this, there's going to be even more trucks. And my mom was just saying, my son parks in what's called the getaway position. That's when the front of your car points out. So you could creep enough to be able to see if anybody's coming to get out. So I would really appreciate it if you guys denied it. I don't mind if this guy improves the property. I do like the historical home. It's really cute. It has a beautiful chimney fireplace, original, made out of coral rock. But it is his property, but I just don't want to see it turn into like a rental community because there's just so much traffic and cars right now. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good evening
Good
and
evening.
have a good year, everybody. And thank you for serving the residents of the city of Hialeah. I have been a resident of city of Hialeah since 1960. And of course, this property was, beautiful, like my daughter is saying. As it is right now, every time I go there and I am planning to, she wants me to move with her because I'm too old. So but I will. But actually, my main concern is why isn't the new owner of this property here, the applicant, to explain why he wants all of it. He doesn't want to be here. Why? I don't want to be here. And I'm gonna have surgery, so if you table this item, I might not be able to have my cataract surgery that I need. And I understand that, you know, I understand that you have to do what is right for everybody, and everybody means us and him, the owner. But please consider that why not here? Why not? Why isn't he here? You know, I am here. I am here.
Thank you.
And also, you know, if you table this, he won't be here next time either. So
Well,
make your recommendation. to the
No, no,
city council.
I want you to understand me 100%, please. I don't mean no disrespect or anything. I just felt that for the sake of fairness, but I do agree with my colleague, Oyo here. It's an older house. It will be a nice addition to the historical society.
Yeah, we have such little historical places left here,
It,
you know?
from looking at it, again, for the record, this is one of those times where I was not able to make the rounds and visually inspect the properties. I was not able to drive by, but I drive by your house at least once a week. So you know, when I looked at it, I said, oh, I know this area. It's a beautiful house. Okay. But I'm sure it has issues. Okay. I have absolutely no problem in going along with a vote tonight. I just wanted to clear it, make sure
Yes.
that you understand that for fairness to the applicant, okay, give them an opportunity. But if the board decides, and there is a motion to deny already on the
Good.
floor,
Very
okay?
good.
Whatever, whatever it is, it is. So I just wanted to make sure that you understand.
I understand very well. I understand. Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Thank
Anyone
you.
else?
Thank you.
Okay, anyone in the electronic audience?
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
In the back.
Is he in the applicant?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well, this closes the part of the public hearing. We do have a motion on the floor to deny in a second.
So we have a motion from Mr. Ulloa, a second from Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Mr. Perez,
I'm gonna say yes, given the fact that, yes.
Mr. Santisteban,
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mr. Jimenez.
Yes.
Item has been denied.
And following on Mr. Ayoa's suggestion, maybe the owner might get a hint
Yes.
to,
Or if we could suggest it to him, tell him, no, if the city could tell him something, hey, this.
Well, that could be your recommendation.
Yeah.
You
Well, we-
recommended denial, but you recommended that this be considered as a possible house to be designated as historic.
Yeah, we would like.
it was your motion,
Yes,
right?
with my motion, I would like to try to designate this as a historical site.
As a condition.
As a
Okay, there you go.
condition.
Does that,
Before 1930.
The house is over almost 100 years old or more.
Yeah, Miami-Dade County has a list of houses that were built before 1930, and this is one of them.
Yeah, we'd like to conserve that house, we got rid of that,
Yeah.
our shell that we had over here,
yeah.
should save that.
Is this something that the historic board can check
Yeah,
out?
we should bring it to the historic board, and they will invite the owner, and then they will consider.
Cause I lived in 47th, like in the area, and I'm gonna tell you right now, that's a historical little, every time I see it, feels like a Key West feel kind of house. And it's a shame if this application doesn't fit the area at all.
Yeah.
Zilch. So I think it should be brought up through the historic board.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
well,
to the city council too, if we could, have
Well, no, it's going to city council, yes, on January 28th.
with the suggestion to be historical.
Yes.
Perfect.
Denied, application denied with the suggestion to be forwarded to the.
Yes.
Okay. Does that work for you? Beautiful. See, you're starting out the new year right.
There you go, congratulations.
Item number 6, Variance permit to allow a proposed 11-story parking garage where 2 stories is the maximum allowed. Properties are located at 3667 Northwest 88th Terrace and 3666 Northwest 49th Street. Hialeah zoned M1 Industrial District. Applicant Avra Jane on behalf of Battle Map FTQOZB RE LLC.
Is the applicant here?
The
Applicant?
applicant is not here, but I think we should also go ahead with this application because we had to table it because there was a problem that they had to, there were 2 addresses and the sign was also placed on one address. So finally they went ahead and they placed the signs as they should be. So if we table it, then some people will complain that they didn't receive the notice. So we advertised this for today, so I think we should hear this today.
Okay, I just don't want them to get comfortable with making an application and not being here and then, you
Well,
know.
they have been waiting for months and it was
Okay.
kind of not our fault, but it was
Yeah,
kind of,
okay.
we
All
had
right.
too many meetings that we didn't meet, so I
Yeah.
think we should go on.
All right, bring it up.
The property in this application includes 2 contiguous parcels located at the northeast intersection of Northwest 48th Terrace and Northwest 37th Avenue. The site is located across the street from Factory Town within an industrial district built in the early 1960s. The applicant is before the city with a proposal to build an 11-story parking garage to serve Factory Town and when not in use to serve as a resource for parking for the neighboring businesses that in most cases are legal non-conforming and cannot comply with parking requirements. The proposal includes a contemporary building with approximately 7,450 square feet of retail on the first floor, facing Northwest 37th Avenue and parking above. The building facades present an industrial character compatible with the area, and a sculpture corner and roof accent is proposed at the south end of the building, giving hierarchy to the corner. To develop the parking garage as proposed, the applicant is requesting a variance to allow 11 stories and 130 feet height, where 2 stories and 35 feet is the maximum allowed in the M1 district. Although there are not tall buildings in the area, the increased height does not pose any negative impact or burden to the neighboring area. Furthermore, the proposed design of the building will insert a contemporary element into this outdated area and most likely will act as a catalyst for future redevelopment. In addition, the additional parking that is proposed will expand business alternatives for the existing buildings that have a hard time accommodating new uses. In light of these considerations, the proposed variance shall be approved.
Okay. Comments or questions?
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, I don't like the fact that they're not here. And in order to maintain conformity, I mean, if the last applicant wasn't here with an item, I don't feel comfortable approving this without the person being here as well. I think that if they deem this important, they should have been here before. Well, today, I mean. So I'm leaning towards denial based on that.
Strange that they're not. Is very strange that they're not here because they spoke with us yesterday.
Or perhaps maybe we could put it to the end of the calendar of the
Okay,
session
maybe
and
it's
have
not
them
the
give them a
meeting
call.
wants-
Unless there are people speaking against it. Is there anybody trying to speak against this or? If there's anybody against this. I would like
Perhaps
to
we could
hear-
give them a call and roll this over to the end.
Yeah, can we? do
But I
that?
just want to be consistent, you know? If I deny somebody because they're not here, not on a, favoritism.
So can we leave this like in standby and
You
then
want to
we-
stand by till the end of the meeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
and we'll call the.
You can't. You've already heard the item, so you have to take action. You read the item into the record, so there has to be action taken on the item.
So can we say,
Can we take a recess?
table to reconsider at the end of the meeting?
No, just table.
Can we make like a 5-minute recess and we call
Yeah.
the applicant?
Exactly.
Okay.
We'll do that.
That has to be up to the chairman.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
You're
it's,
okay with that? Okay. So 8 minutes recess. Okay?
Okay. Alrighty, we're back on. Ward has it that the applicant is here. So we are going to go ahead and resume with the item. Come on up. We'll need to swear you in. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Name and address, please.
My name is Amanda Von Vecchio. Address is
Is
3138.
a green light or red?
It's a green light.
Okay,
3138 Virginia Street, Miami, Florida.
okay, thank you. Would you like to read it over again or
Well, I
just?
read the recommendation again.
Sure. Thank you.
So the property in this application includes two contiguous parcels located at the northeast intersection of Northwest 48th Terrace and Northwest 37th Avenue. The site is located across the street from Factory Town within an industrial district built in the early 1960s. The applicant is before the city with a proposal to build an 11-story parking garage to serve Factory Town and, when not in use, to serve as a resource for parking for the neighboring businesses that in most cases are legal non-conforming and cannot comply with parking requirements. The proposal includes a contemporary building with approximately 7,450 square feet retail on the first floor, facing Northwest 37th Avenue and parking above. The building facades present an industrial character compatible with the area, and a sculptured corner and roof accent is proposed at the south end of the building, giving hierarchy to the corner. To develop the parking garage as proposed, the applicant is requesting a variance to allow 11 stories and 135 feet height, where 2 stories and 35 feet is the maximum allowed in the M1 district. Although there are no tall buildings in the area, the increased height does not pose any negative impact or burden to the neighboring area. Furthermore, the proposed design of the building will insert a contemporary element into this outdated area and most likely will act as a catalyst for future redevelopment. In addition, the additional parking that is proposed will expand business alternatives for the existing buildings that have a hard time accommodating new uses. In light of these considerations, the proposed variance shall be approved.
Thank you. Okay. Would you like to enlighten us on what it is that you are planning on doing there?
Can you be more specific? You mean for the ground floor?
What's just as a general information?
So
What are your plans for that property?
That property, the plans depict a parking garage with a retail liner on the ground floor.
Okay.
I can speak on behalf of ownership. The concept, the idea for the ground floor would be food and beverage concept, whether that's a restaurant, a cafe, that hasn't been determined, but that would be the ideal use for the programming of the ground floor commercial space.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, the building there, the ground floor will be storefronts, if you will.
Correct.
Cafeteria, a bakery, a
Exactly.
restaurant, AT&T Mobile, what have you.
Sure.
Okay, and then you're planning on, or you're proposing to build a 11-story building garage, parking garage.
Correct.
Yeah, I just wanted to get that on the record.
Yes.
Okay. Comments or questions on the board? Yes, sir.
I'm a little bit concerned because kind of a nice one, 11-story parking garage. Do we have anything like that in the city now? 11-story parking garage?
No, but we need it. We need it. All those warehouses are very old, and many times they come, the future tenants come and they want to establish a new use. And since there is parking shortage, they cannot rent them. So the owners have a very hard time renting those units. So having a parking garage with more opportunity for parking, I think will benefit the whole area.
So this parking garage will be accessible to the public. Everybody can park there, not just for the people.
Yes, paid, no?
Yes.
Paid parking.
Yeah, yeah.
Correct.
That's a paid parking garage, just like they have like downtown.
An amenity to serve the neighboring properties.
Through the chair, this will cater a lot for Factory Town, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there's like, they're having a lot of parking issues there for Factory Town, correct?
Well, currently either people do ride sharing, right? Because the 4 events that happen throughout the year that people plan in advance, or current property owners, neighboring property owners will charge people to park in their properties.
One little concern, would it affect anything with acoustic hitting, bouncing and the sounds to the neighboring neighborhoods, or has that been looked at?
I don't think we've done actual sound studies on what having
Because of
the volume,
Yeah, because of bouncing.
but I think just off the top of my head, the corner that has a sculptural element will have like planting components, which
Okay.
actually absorb sound.
Yeah.
So that might actually serve in
Okay.
the favor.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
thank
You
you.
know, that's a pretty good idea, pretty good thought. Pretty good thought, having some kind of sound deadening materials on the, especially fronting
Yeah,
the western.
Yeah, because there's people in Miami Springs that are suffering. I spoke to gentleman that lives in Miami Springs. And he's like, man, every time Factory Town has a party, it shakes their windows in the
Yeah.
house.
Yeah, you come to the meetings, council meetings, and you hear them, they come in complaining because, the Miami Springs and
Yeah.
across from the canal that they're.
I don't have a problem with the actual parking because it contains for, keep the parking in one area. Not, everybody has to sharing. I know that some people come here with Ubers and stuff. The only thing is the acoustic. Make sure it doesn't bounce and affect anybody. I know it's a parking garage and normally these floors are open,
Yet
but
they actually have to be.
bass travels a lot. I'm gonna tell you right now, you could put a bass really low and you could hear it
Yeah.
blocks. I'm gonna tell you because I used to DJ.
Correct. So, we don't operate the actual festivals that occur, right? This project happens to be owned by the same people who own the property of Factory Town, but the people who lease it and throw the events are a separate entity, and they have had meetings with Miami Springs before to acknowledge this the same issue you're speaking to, and there have been protocols put in place for every time there's a complaint called in, someone from the event operations goes to the site along with the police and they measure the decibels. And if the decibels do not exceed, I don't know the amount, but whatever they agreed upon, then no report is filed. If it does, then within 15 minutes, the event is adjusted. So they have their own, they've been speaking directly to address that specific issue.
Okay, yes, sir.
What is the average cost of this or like?
The average cost of the parking garage
Yeah.
to build it?
Yeah.
I would assume around $400 a square foot, something like that. We haven't properly put it to bid with any GCs.
And how many square feet is it?
Think I have to pull up the plans.
Because I mean, I like the idea. Like I see Hialeah's getting 40,000.
40,374.
Yeah,
I mean, it seems like a big investment. So, but at the same time, it seems like a good solution as well.
so I think it works really well with the other parcels that the ownership has in the area, and they're looking at a long-term neighborhood play and investment.
Because I noticed that a lot of the items that come before us, there's not enough parking and they need
Exactly.
variances. So if we start this trend around the city more, like, would that allow other businesses in other places like expand?
Yes, of course. That's the idea. I think they are the first that are realizing that parking is a business and that you can have a very good business by renting spaces to the ones that don't have enough. So I think it will it's a benefit to the area.
So if you have a contract with them, the parking, then you guys would agree to,
Of course.
okay, I like it.
Okay.
Deborah, I have just a curiosity. I know that we do have some latitude in suggesting conditions when we approve a project. Can we at least suggest a sound study with this application?
Yes, you could. Yeah.
So, so that you conduct a sound deadening study, an acoustic, if you will, to see what kind of effect it'll have for the neighborhood.
If any, right?
Right. I mean, staff seems to be okay with your design, and most likely it'll go for a suggestion of approval. But if we could add a little bit of a suggestion to some kind of a sound study or something like that, make it part of the
Yeah, that we could review at the time of site plan review.
right. Do we do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can put that
With conditions?
Approve with conditions.
With conditions?
Well, she'll obviously you have to agree to it.
Yes, I think the owner would be amenable to that.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know, maybe I'd like to see some, I don't know, instead of a big gray parking garage, maybe like some art installations on it too, make it with. the-
Bueno,
with the-
it will have, it has a corner accent with.
Yeah, some
yeah.
art installations or some murals on the wall.
Maybe it will be nice for the council meeting to have a rendering so they can understand
Yeah.
how. we-
I have some on a USB if you'd like to see them.
That'd be great, yeah.
Okay, we can share the screen. Okay,
And for the record, it's because of the height. That's why the acoustic,
Yeah, it's-
because it just reflects up and it could, you know what I mean, bounce
And
back.
for the
That's
height,
all.
it's gonna be like an eyesore.
Yeah, no, yeah,
Big
because the
gray
thing is
building there.
the height could the sound reflect and bounce
Sí,
and
sí,
carry
yeah.
even further. But
Yeah,
it's
but
just that
typically-
part. If it's
typically,
lower, it was, then I'm okay, but just the height is the only difference.
Typically, a parking garage like that, it's open
Yeah, correct.
and it may actually
It might just go through, you know,
it go through or it may actually
like the same thing-
amplify the.
like the same concept of the hurricanes whenever you're in a
Right.
parking garage. But my thing is just the height, you know, that it could reflect into.
there, yeah. There you have, she will share now the screen with a rendering.
There
Okay,
you go.
I got.
So that's one corner, and then the other rendering should depict, okay, yeah, so that's the corner that where the design concept was actually to mirror what's been done at Factory Town, where we've rescued over 100 trees. We wanted to bring in that element of, it almost looks like a tree sculpture in the corner where there's an egress stair. And that would serve as the artistic sort of anchoring corner element of the project.
Interesting.
It's visually quite interesting.
Yeah, it's very good looking.
Okay, so just to reiterate,
Mhm.
would you profit that you will consider or you will agree to a sound study, something to that, again, sound mitigation study, have it ready for the next, for the council maybe?
No,
or-
I don't think they will. I would say that to have that ready for the site plan review, a time of site plan review.
When we
Yeah,
submit first, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, are you good with that?
yes.
Okay,
The building at this point is very conceptual. They don't know the materials. So to do that type of analysis, you need to know which are the materials so they can analyze the impact.
well, I understand, but my thing is to have something, some kind of anchor point in the application that, okay, well, you know what? We need to look at sound deadening or sound mitigation for the neighborhood. And, you know, that way, there's a clause there. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Through the chair, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
No, I was going to suggest, similar to what Deborah was saying, perhaps we add that to the list of requirements for submitting for the site plan review.
Yes.
To the chair.
Yes, sir.
And this won't be like the parking lot in the beach that sometimes they cater parties on top or anything like that, right?
There's a smaller portion on the top floor where they could do like yoga classes, things like that, but
But you're not gonna bring like Oscar G and put them.
no, that's not the intention.
Okay,
Yeah, because if you bring some amplified music up on the very top floor, then you're mitigating all the other sound acoustics that you did.
Right.
You just went through. Okay.
Right.
All right. Any comments or questions on the board?
The owner is.
Do you have
here,
any
if you
questions for
want
the
to-
owner
have any
who's here?
questions?
So Avra will prepare, if you want, Avra, we were discussing, you would have to have a declaration of restricted covenants. The board suggested an approval with the condition that you have a sound study conducted. So we would have to go through with a declaration of restrictive covenants prior to second reading. It doesn't have to be done before second reading. I think Deborah said by the time site plan is due. So
Sound study on our
So to
Like
see.
the impact of the new building in regards to the
Factory
sound
towns.
on Factory Town. So how this will act, if it will block it, or the waves will like rebound and go further, so.
If it has an effect at all,
Right.
would it amplify, would it buffer, right?
Right, we've got some really good sound engineers.
Okay, can we get your name and address, please?
Yes, Ava Jane, 720 Northeast 69th Street. Sorry I'm late. I was at
No,
a
that's-
convention on the beach.
All right. Do
Sorry.
you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and your relationship to this application?
Property owner,
Very good.
but Amanda is
No, no,
really in
she did
charge.
say
Yeah.
that she had authority to speak on your behalf, but
With everything regarding
Okay.
Factory Town. she's the-
you're the big cheese, so.
No, well, I don't know. We share it. Yeah, so the sound study, yes, and we've got very capable people for that. And as you guys know, we've made a lot of efforts to
Right.
to take advantage of that.
And the whole idea behind this sound mitigation study is we do have quite a few complaints from Factory Town out there, you know, where sound gets real loud all the way down to Miami Springs, you know, and the surrounding neighborhood, even though mostly over there is commercial, but you have some residentials to the east. So,
Yeah, and everybody's really concerned about it. I mean, this was a community-led project, and I know that we've been very responsive. We've set up protocols in place. Yeah, so as you've probably heard, and I've been on the phone calls with Miami Springs and the Miami Springs Police Department and everything. So I am on all those calls, and you know, the police chief from Miami Springs was like, "Hey, you guys are not." You're under the decibels, but it doesn't mean that we still shouldn't do more. So even though we're not exceeding any of the decibel requirements, whether it was Miami Springs or other areas, the team in place can be responsive within 15 minutes. If we know there's a sound issue, if they know there's a sound issue, within 15 minutes, they can make the corrections. That's how on top of it they are. One of the things that's happening now that's going to be very helpful, and the garage is part of that, is having more of a permanent installation. So every time they set up the stage, it's a little different. And that's why if people call in and the protocols are observed, within 15 minutes, they can make corrections. So it's a very sophisticated system. The sound engineering is not an issue. They have the top people on top of that.
I just want you to understand clearly that we all feel pretty comfortable that your building itself won't generate noise,
Probably will help, actually.
but it may somewhat amplify the ambient noise or funnel it. You know, you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, listen, I think a study is a really great idea. I think actually a study would show the opposite.
There you go.
Yeah, I think so. That's actually I think
that's
a
my-
positive.
That's my
It's
concern,
positive.
and I'm sure that the board feels, agrees with it. And if you agree with it, if you profit that you'll do that, then we can move along,
It's a great idea.
okay?
Great idea.
Anyone in the audience have a comment or question on this item?
Through the chair.
Yes, sir?
So, Mr. Magrizo was mentioning a declaration of restrictions. Like, how does that apply?
Well, since it's a condition that you're placing upon the applicant, the condition being that she conducts a sound survey.
Okay, so
So
it's
that's it.
not contingent on the result of the condition. So if the sound survey says it worsens.
Well,
the
it could
sound-
be if you include that in the declaration of restrictive
Because the
covenants.
thing is, like, I see the benefit so big, because the building itself doesn't create sound. I mean, I wasn't a DJ, so I don't know how it reflects. I don't know anything. But I mean, to me, a building doesn't produce sound. And the benefit of the parking, that's gonna be provided to the neighborhood is gonna be huge.
Mhm.
So I just don't feel good with the restriction. I mean, a recommendation, yes, but like a restriction, like a condition. And considering that the city planner didn't even put that condition there when she usually always puts conditions. So that's what doesn't, make me feel comfortable with having conditions.
Well, that's what I said, that the
Maybe a
building
suggestion
itself,
perhaps, but
Yeah.
not a
the
condition.
building itself will not make noise
Yeah. And-
except when it's being built.
Right. And I feel it's
Okay.
more hypothetical. than
But it
anything else.
may down the road, however the building is structured, the angles of the walls and the materials and whatnot, it may actually help to amplify or divert the sound waves to where it becomes an issue.
I have a suggestion. Why don't you make it a recommendation? And since they already have among the people that work with them, a sound engineer, maybe by the council meeting, he can make like a brief report explaining, but I don't know much about sound, but I know that if you have water, the waves go into the water and they rebound and then the sound is louder. So maybe he can make.
It should be
an
the
assess-
opposite.
Maybe.
It
yeah.
should actually be the
Maybe
opposite.
he can
Concrete
make an
is a,
assessment
yeah.
and write something and.
I mean,
we
you
can
don't,
have
you
that.
don't have to, it's
Right.
it's the board's discretion. You know, I mean, I worked with Ira. I know if we ask her to do the sound study, she will
Right.
do it. So I mean, I know we're not forced to put this in a declaration. I know she'll do it, but if you make this a condition,
Right.
then that's the only way
Right.
to make it.
I just don't feel comfortable making a condition of this.
It's your
Because I think
condition,
the
I'm fine.
benefit outweighs like the hypothetical like nuisance that it might cause.
No, and I appreciate that. And part of it is I'm not sure that we'll know until we actually build the building. I will tell you is
To a point where we know
The materials, exactly.
right.
yeah.
I mean, concrete in general is actually helps with the absorption. And so I think in this particular case, it could only help. But I'm not sure how much scientific we would know until we actually probably built the building. But I do think the benefits will outweigh. I'm certainly don't think it's going to amplify. Let me just put it that way. I don't
Chair?
see
Yes.
Well, if there is an issue, there are sound, like these pads that they
Yeah.
put. If there is an issue that, would you guys be willing to, address it and?
Always, always, even on the existing property. And remember, we're just landlord, but I will tell you that the Live Nation cares a lot, right?
Yeah.
They're already looking at doing permanent installations that include more sound attenuation. So I think that would always be our goal, always.
So what you could do is just require the sound study after the property is built. And then if the sound study comes back that this is causing noise, the restriction can be, well, she has to do something that reduces that noise.
Good.
That sounds
Again,
better.
see, my vision is to leave a crack in the door so that either before you build the building, as you're building the building, or as he suggested, afterwards, we find that there is an issue, you come back and you put acoustics somewhere and
Yeah, we listen, we consider Piley our partner. So, and so we will always do whatever you guys feel is in the best interest of the community. We know there's a little bit of give and take here on what's been done. I think overall has been super positive, and we will always strive to make it better. So, we have that kind of relationship from the beginning, and we value that.
I'm good with that. Is there any more comments or questions on the board?
I'm good.
Because we do have a gentleman on the floor that wants to, okay, so, come up, please. First and foremost, we need to get you sworn in. Will you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Name and address, please.
Nicholas Morel, 3388 West 91st Terrace in Hialeah.
Okay. How can we help you?
I'm actually not here for this particular item. I'm here for a separate item, but I happen to be a professional audio engineer. I've been doing it for the last 30 years. And so I felt that I had some experience that I might be able to comment and illuminate on this topic in particular.
Okay.
I don't know if you want all my bona fides or if you want to do that later on, but again, I've been doing it for 30 years.
You got 3 minutes, so make him count.
So yeah, so the idea of doing a sound study is a really good idea. And the fact that you guys are willing to do it, good, very good. The fact that you wouldn't be able to know what that would look like until after the fact that it's built is not going to be accurate. You wouldn't have an issue with amplification, but you would have an issue of reverberation and redirection of audio that would definitely need to be considered. And concrete is definitely not absorbent of audio. It will be highly reflective of audio. So you definitely want to be able to get that issue. And again, because you're willing to do that, that's not a bad idea. It's a very good idea. And I would highly recommend that you do that because there will be impacts to all of the surrounding people. I don't know if you guys have any questions, given that I'm here. Again, you don't necessarily know my bona fides, but I've been doing it for a really long time. And I would not have any issue, to your point, with regard to having a condition. In fact, I would recommend that you have it as a condition because you want to have the impact done before. You don't want to do it after the fact because then it's going to increase costs that are going to be unknown. And then sometimes those corrections can be more costly than they're worth. And then you might be stuck in a situation, and you might be stuck in a situation. I wouldn't be qualified to do that, but I can make recommendations. Yes. Yes. And if you've got audio engineers, I'd be happy to be able to work as a consultant for them as well. So I work in a position of pre-design work for stadiums, hotels, airports, professional audio. I've been running audio consoles for a very long time, since I was about my son's age now, 9 years old. And that's when I started my career. I've been doing it professionally now, where I'm both running audio, operating audio, as well as doing design work for all of Latin America and the Caribbean. So some of the great projects it is that you see in the territory.
Very good.
Thank
So, but you see our concern.
Oh, without a doubt. And it's a good concern. It's a valid point.
Yeah.
But again, to your point, sir, I would have no qualm about having it as a condition. You wanted to have it. I would recommend that you have it as a condition. And you can definitely get that information done ahead of time. It's going to save you guys money having to fix something later on to be positive.
Thank you.
If you have any questions again.
That was so good. I'm scared we're gonna get a bill.
So how we should name the type of study that we should request?
A sound survey would be appropriate. In the same way that you would do an environmental impact study, you could do an audio or a sound survey in order to be able to a sound impact study
Sound impact study, okay. Perfect.
on the neighborhood. Absolutely.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And again, my concern is to have something on the books that can cover you, if you will, and at the same time cover the city and the neighbors.
Fully supportive of that. Fully
Thank you.
supportive of that. So we will give our drawings. Remember, it's an open air. It's not a solid wall.
Right.
It's an open air parking. So there's slabs and railings. So we'll give our drawings. We haven't moved forward on full CDs until we got support from planning and zoning. So we will probably within 30 days be able to run a study. We'll see if we can run the study in advance. We'll see.
I may get kicked
We'll
in.
put we'll put it as a condition for the time when you submit the site plan review. So
Okay.
you have ample time to
Yeah.
decide the materials, consider that in advance.
I was
Right.
just
We needed your support before we move to that next level. So we'll move to that next
I
level.
was just gonna
hopefully.
say that I may get kicked in the you know what, but it's beyond my pay grade. So I would forward that to those who know to draft some kind of language on the conditions and stuff so that it can have some teeth, if you will.
Okay,
Okay?
sounds great.
One of you guys made a point with regard to the building not making any noise. Well, the building itself, when nobody's in it and nobody's doing anything, yes, will not make any noise. But again, to your benefit, in doing this impact study, when traffic moves across the concrete, especially when something is that loud, if you have a lot of traffic that's moving simultaneously, the building will reverberate and will generate audio.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah. Okay. So that closes the public hearing. If there's no more comments or questions from the board, then we need a motion.
To approve with conditions.
Second.
Motion to approve with conditions.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Ulloa, second by Mr. Santisteban.
And the conditions being some kind of sound study.
study, yeah.
Conduct a sound impact study.
Okay, there you go.
Mr. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mr. Jimenez,
Yes.
Mr. Santiesteban.
Yes.
Item has been approved with conditions.
That was number 6. Okay. Through the chair. Through the chair. Oh,
We
gotta
were
go to the other
concerned that you were.
before you.
Seven?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
What number is that? Oh, okay, where's?
Okay, I do want to
Oh.
inform the board that the applicant for item number 5 is present. I know that we had moved forward and we denied the item, but I wanted to ask if you guys want to bring it back in order for him to consider
Okay,
the
we,
recommendation.
okay, I don't have a problem with that. We need to consult legal. Typically, since the meeting is still open, in the past, we have been able to go back and motion to reopen an item that has already been voted on. But again, that's up to legal if we're.
Are we talking item?
Five?
Item number 5.
So he's here, right?
He is here, yes.
Well, it's up to the board. It would be a motion to consider, to reconsider, to reopen the item. So if the board wishes to hear from the applicant, you can move to reconsider and hear what he has to say, or you can move forward with the denial.
Okay.
Who's the applicant?
Yeah.
The gentleman, the orange.
Oh.
You can come back, down here, 316 is for the third street.
Okay, but before we hear, are you gonna just kind of like talk sidebar with him?
Español, por favor.
I will explain. Primero tiene que jurar.
¿Juro que va a decir la verdad, solamente la verdad?
Sí.
Ok, nombre y dirección.
Ok. Unni Palacio, 650 West 15 Street, Hialeah, Florida 33010.
Su caso, su aplicación.
Sí.
Ya se oyó, se procesó.
Ok.
Fue una decisión negativa. Ok. Pero usted no estaba aquí.
Ok.
Usted está aquí ahora. La Junta puede darle una oportunidad a abrir la aplicación de nuevo.
Ok.
Y a ver si usted logra cambiar la decisión de que se tomó la Junta. Ella va a explicarle los detalles de la aplicación y lo que se dijo. Entonces.
¿Puedo saber el por qué se denegó?
Porque usted no estaba aquí.
Se denegó porque usted no estaba aquí, porque hay una casa histórica, porque la condición actual de la casa no es,
we're gonna need to
no
translate all of
respeta
that.
al vecindario, pero principalmente porque es una estructura histórica que usted quiere demoler. Esa es la razón principal.
Okay, Claudia, you want to translate all of that or?
No, what I say that it was considered and recommended for denial for many reasons. First reason, because this is a house from 1930 that the city would like to preserve. Second, because of the conditions of the property, since you purchased the property, are not the ones that used to be there before, and that doesn't show respect for the neighborhood. So those were the main reasons, and there were neighbors present here also explaining their concerns. Las razones que le expliqué son por las que
Discúlpame, me habló en inglés. So,
That he was absent.
No, lo que recién dije en inglés fue lo que primero le dije en español. Entonces, si ellos deciden reconsiderar el ítem, lo vamos a abrir de nuevo, vamos a leer el reporte de nuevo y lo vamos a empezar de nuevo. Pero I suggest to do this at the end because we have other applicants that have been here for a long time. So, sí. Vamos a esperar para reabrir su caso al final del meeting, porque hay otra
Sí.
gente que está esperando.
No,
que
yo
llegó a
espero, yo espero.
tiempo, así que bueno, lo vamos a llamar cuando lo reconsidere.
Sí, sí, yo espero.
We will call him back when the time comes that we
Quédese ahí un
reconsider.
ratico. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Item number 7. Special use permit to allow a food truck court adjacent to a commercial building where food truck courts are not included as a permitted use within the city's commercial districts. Variance permit to allow 52 parking spaces where 350 parking spaces are required. And a variance to allow 84 parking spaces granted under City of Hialeah, Florida Ordinance 2023-31. Property is located at 7551 West Fourth Avenue, Hialeah, Zone C3, Extended Liberal Commercial District. Applicant Alejandro Arias, Esquire, on behalf of Prestige 7551 LLC.
Good evening, Alejandro Arias, 701 Brickell Avenue.
This property comprises two parcels of approximately 1.71 acres and is located west of West Fourth Avenue at the northeast corner of West 75th Place. The properties have been developed as warehouses since the early 1970s, and according to a submitted survey, approximately 40,000 square feet of construction are present. The current property owners receive approval to amend the land use from industrial to commercial according to Ordinance 2023-008. Thereafter, the property received a rezoning from M1 to C3 with certain conditions to accommodate retail, office, services, and entertainment approved according to Ordinance 2023-031 for a proposal to retrofit the warehouses. These amendments were requested based on the changing characteristics of the area surrounding the warehouses, currently known as the Amelia District. The district has been redeveloped to accommodate approximately 1,150 residential units within walking distance from the retrofitted warehouses, creating an atmosphere to provide non-existing amenities to its surrounding residents, such as a gym, a cigar bar, offices, pickleball courts, and a dance studio. The latest amenities included are food trucks on the property's north end. Since the property was originally developed as a warehouse, parking requirements as per the zoning code are completely different from the services and entertainment uses currently existing in the property. Consequently, the property owner is requesting to increase the parking variances already granted to the property. The previous approval granted a parking reduction of 84 parking spaces where 300 parking spaces were required. However, the introduction of new amenities such as pickleball courts and food truck services requires a higher parking count, bringing the need for 350 parking spaces to satisfy all the uses on site. The property owner is proposing to provide 52 parking spaces with 2 handicap parking spaces. This is an 85% parking count reduction of the current requirements. The property owner states that the use in place are staggering throughout the day and night, so their parking demand is spread out on site. Since the use of food truck is not permitted at this time within any zoning commercial district, the property owner is requesting a special use permit for the operation of food trucks on site. The food trucks have been operating on the property for some time because the code is silent and no guidance or regulations have been established to regulate such commercial activity. Therefore, the SUP is requested as a mechanism to allow this existing activity. Additionally, the food truck operations have reported no major issues, confirming that the use is supported by the community. The parking reduction has not negatively affected surrounding properties as no complaints have arisen. To provide for safeguards, the property owner shall provide a declaration of covenants prior to the second reading of an ordinance if recommended for approval, given that the one proffered when the property was rezoned never got executed. Based on the operation of the site and the previous approval, the following conditions shall be included in the declaration of restrictions. Provide 58 trees on site within the 6 months from the recordation of the DOR, or alternatively pay mitigation so that the city could plant those trees elsewhere. The price is $750 per tree, would be a total of $43,500. Prohibit uses such as automobile repairs and uses requiring dedicated parking spaces. and build a fire-rated wall along the north end of the property line to separate the gas station from the food trucks and obtain business tax receipts. The proposed parking variances and SUP are compatible with the surrounding uses, and if the conditions stated above are implemented, the business will not detrimentally affect the neighborhood. The recommendation is approval with conditions for the parking variance and for the food trucks SUP.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. I think I have a brief presentation ready. Alejandro Arias, once again, 701 Brickell Avenue, representing the applicant Prestige Companies. I'm joined tonight by my colleague Hugo Arza. We're grateful for the opportunity to be before you this evening as it relates to one of the most vibrant and dynamic projects in the city. Next slide, please. The subject property is one that I'm sure many of you are familiar with, the Yards at Amelia, located at 7551 West 4th Avenue, fronting on West 4th Avenue, a major city corridor. Next slide. Once the former site of Balsang, this site has been adaptively repurposed and improved with a number of dynamic uses and has become a true entertainment destination within the city. Some of these unique uses include the Hojas de Amelia cigar shop, an office, a dance studio for industry, which is Pitbull's private dance team, a private training studio, House of Iron, food trucks, and of course, the Yards Pickleball Social Club, Miami's first indoor pickleball club. Next slide. As such, we're here tonight with two specific requests: a special use permit to allow for the long-standing operation of the food trucks on the property, and a minor non-use variance for parking. Next slide. Now, back in 2023, a non-use variance was approved for 84 parking spaces where 300 parking spaces were required. The rationale for this project approval was that the building envelope would be a majority use of entertainment uses. Today, based on the previously referenced uses, there's a significant mix of uses within the yards, from retail to office to entertainment. Now, one thing is the code requirement and one is the tangible operational requirements. The current code requirements require 307 parking spaces on this site. That is not the actual operational need of this site. As we can see here, the pickleball facility itself has 9 total courts. There's 30,662 square feet within this pickleball facility. So 9 courts. If you had 4 people playing at one time, that means that 36 people can actually play at one time within this facility. Although the code, based on our square footage, requires 307 parking spaces. So I think the disconnect here is you have one generic category for entertainment, which requires X amount of parking. And then we have here an operational and actual tangible use, which will actually require much less than this. This actually reminds me of an application that came before this board years ago for a Pan Am training facility. That was a 60,000 square foot facility that, because of the square footage, required, I believe, 400 parking spaces. And at the end, the operational need for that facility was about 25 pilots to do their training. So while the variance looks large, the actual need is much less than what the city code provides for. It's just, unfortunately, a generic classification. Next slide, please. As referenced, the Yards at Amelia has become a cultural and entertainment hub in the city of Hialeah. This includes hosting the only Art Basel event within the city. Next slide. But that's a music event. This is a cultural event. The food trucks were also voted by the Miami New Times for Best Outdoor Dining in 2024. Next slide. There's also popular commercial establishments such as Hojas de Amelia. As you see here, it incorporates the artistic flair of the neighborhood and this unique characteristics that it has. And next, of course, the Yards Social Club, offering fully air-conditioned pickleball and tennis courts. This has been one of the most popular venues in South Florida, with people coming from the Tri-County area to be able to play pickleball indoors, particularly in the summer. It's one of the only establishments that offers that. This facility leverages advanced technology such as court reserve. So that allows the management of pickleball activities with minimal staff while allowing customers to book their court reservations 24/7. Next slide, please. So operationally, the Yards at Amelia has now had a significant track record of performance and is open daily from 7 a.m. to midnight. This ensures ample time for all daily activities to mesh seamlessly with each other. Based on the unique uses encompassed within the yards, parking demand is truly based on operational hours. So for example, tenants like Industry Dance Studio and the House of Iron, which have low parking demands due to their specific operational hours and limited public access. Then you have peak pickleball hours and food truck hours, which are in the late afternoon, which also help to further reduce any parking conflicts with office and retail uses on the site. Additionally, the development promotes a walkable district. They have collaborated with Freebie and Uber to provide designated pickup and drop-off spots, offering incentives for users to use those services over driving. And then for larger events, which is anything exceeding 120 attendees, the property owners have also strategically engaged additional services. This includes valet, off-duty Hialeah police officers, extra staff to maintain order and efficiency, and cross-parking agreements with neighbors to ensure that the parking needs are met. The most recent example of this was the Art Basel event. There was 1,500 attendees at that event, and there was no operational issues whatsoever, no complaints to the city. So again, there's a longstanding history now of performance. They have this down packed, and based on the mix of uses, the respective uses at certain times really mesh well together. Based on the foregoing, it's evident that the founding vision of the yards has been realized, which was the creation of a huge yard where sports, food, and entertainment bring friends and families together. And approval of these will just fortify that vision moving forward. So as such, we respectfully request your recommendation and are here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Through the chair.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
I actually want to applaud you for bringing this special use permit, because to me, this reminds me of the schools that operated for like 20 years and then now everybody's rushing to get the permits. So you guys are being proactive in a vacuum kind of way. So I really like the idea, and I think you're very proactive, and I like that.
Thank you.
So you remember that application with the pilots, huh?
I remember it really well.
Oh,
I remember having to advertise for 400 and something parking variants.
all of that for a couple of simulators.
Exactly.
Amazing. Okay, comments or questions? I don't think you want to deal with your boss over there, but the pickleball deal. Yeah. Oh, you.
His name's on all the other.
Yeah. Anyway, comments or questions? Anyone in the audience have a comment or question on this item? Anyone in the electronic audience? Nope. Okay,
Motion
Second.
motion for what?
to approve.
Okay, because you got to be clear now.
Yes. Yeah, with conditions.
Second that motion.
We have a motion by Mr. Jimenez, and we have a second by Mr. Iglesias and Mr. Santisteban. Mr. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
Mr. Jimenez,
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mr. Santisteban.
Yes.
Item has been approved with conditions.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're gonna go back to number
Item
three.
three, yes.
Richard.
Yes, sir.
Recuse myself for this item.
You need to
With the-
recuse yourself for this item? Okay, has he filled out a?
Yes, he has.
Okay. Does he need to disclose his refusal or just?
Did he write it?
He write it on the thing?
If he writes it.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
Yeah, he,
But one question, he is 45 feet from the location. As he is being impacted, can he speak on the item, or he has no right to speak on the item?
I'm sorry.
Does Mr. Santiesteban have any right to speak on the item if he wanted to?
Him and I spoke about this earlier. I gave him my legal opinion, and based on that, he's recusing himself. But I answered that question for him.
Okay.
Item number 3,
You know what to find.
rezoning from GU interim district in Miami-Dade County zoning designation to RH3M multiple family district. And variance permit to allow 100% of the units to be developed as RH3M, where a maximum of 30% of the units may be developed as RH3M on developments with total area of 11 acres to 49 acres. Section 98-1606B, and allow private streets where private streets are not allowed. Section 98-1606O. Properties located at folio number 04-2021-001-0480. Hialeah Zone GU, interim district, Miami-Dade County destination. Applicant Hugo Arza on behalf of ITA Regio LLC.
Good evening, Hugo Arza, 701 Brickell Avenue, representing the applicant and contract purchaser.
Thank you.
This parcel of land was originally part of Plat Book 2, page 170, recorded in 1911 at the Miami-Dade County Records under the subdivision name of Florida Fruit Lands Company. The site has been used in the past as a construction and demolition, debris, recycling, and disposal facility that started its closure around 2006 and is currently vacant. The original parcel was approximately 19.23 acres, but with right-of-way dedications, it has been reduced to 18.20 acres. The property also has an existing lake of roughly 2.19 acres toward the parcel eastern side, leaving approximately 15.22 acres of upland. The parcel location is east of West 36th Avenue between West 90th Street and West 92nd Street, with street access along West 36th Avenue and West 92nd Street, since the south and west boundary are abutting the Aragon community. The existing land use designation of the property is low to medium density residential as adopted by the city in 2004, right after the property was annexed from Miami-Dade County. For all the subsequent years, the property remained vacant and designated with a Miami-Dade County designation of PU that corresponds to interim use. At this time, the applicant is willing to rezone the property to a City of Hialeah zoning designation consistent with existing land use, since it is within the property owner's right to have a consistent zoning designation granted. The property is proposed to be developed in accordance to the existing land use of low-medium density residential with a proposed rezoning to RH3M, multiple family district. The proposed rezoning to RH3M would allow the property to be developed as residential with a maximum density of 14 units per acre. The proposed development layout organizes the buildings in 8 blocks where parking is rear-loaded, meaning that the building frontages will be adjacent to the sidewalks and residence parking and parking circulation will occur at the rear of the building on garages and driveways that are within the interior of the large blocks. Additional parking is provided along frontages in the form of parallel parking adjacent to the sidewalks. This layout is consistent with the Hialeah Heights Master Plan and regulations, which originally envisioned pedestrian-friendly neighborhoods with cars out of sight and walkways adjacent to the residential facades instead of driveways with perpendicular parked cars. An amenity walkway is proposed around the existing lake, and a clubhouse and community swimming pool are proposed at the southwest corner of the lake. A pump station is shown in the original site plan next to a pool. However, staff requested to relocate it away from the recreational area, and it is now proposed at the northwest corner of the site, flanked by a landscape open space. This development provides all the residential units at 3 bedrooms with double-car private garages, so there are 356 parking spaces. This parking count meets the parking requirement for low-density residential developments. In addition, the project also provides 97 guest parking spaces as parallel spaces along the private roads. This is more than the required 1 guest parking for every 4 units. In terms of mobility options, the project proposes a pedestrian signalized crosswalk at the intersection of West 36th Avenue and West 92nd Street to connect to a proposed sidewalk along the western side of West 36th Avenue to have a direct connection to the shops at Highland located at West 36th Avenue and West 88th Street. The submitted site plan does not show crosswalks within the interior street layout, which is a missing component that will need to be incorporated to complete the pedestrian-friendly intention expressed in the site layout. The project proposes a density of 10 dwelling units per acre for a total of 178 units divided into 23 multifamily row houses buildings, therefore maintaining low-density characteristics as the maximum density for the low-density classification is 12 units per acre. Although the code requires diverse housing types where only 30% could be developed as RH3M, the applicant is developing the whole site as multifamily since the end cost of single-family homes would be cost prohibiting. There are three proposed building typologies. Typology 1 includes 6 residential units, typology 2 includes 8 residential units, and typology 3 includes 10 residential units. All the buildings have 2 stories with similar facades articulated at intervals with a slight protruding of a volume that includes porticos wrapped in stone and a darker color on the second story. The facades are attractive, however, they are too repetitive, creating a cookie cutter effect that is not consistent with Section 98-1606M of the City Code that requires distinctly different front elevations, aims to provide character and diversity to the neighborhood. The interior streets are narrower than the county standards and are aimed to promote low speeds and higher carized pedestrians over cars. As a result, they need to be designated as private roads since the public streets should comply with standard width requirements. As for the existing traffic congestion concerns, Hialeah Heights was planned as a whole, with significant roadway improvements, including Northwest 107th Avenue and a turnpike interchange at Northwest 170th Street that have not been materialized yet due to county construction contracting issues. Once these improvements get completed, truck traffic will circulate along Northwest 107th Avenue, improving the existing conditions. A traffic impact analysis prepared by Maximo Polanco, PE, and reviewed by Bowman Engineering as the city consultant indicates that the existing level of service will not change once the development is built and that impacts to intersections fall below the threshold that would require mitigation other than signal timing optimization. However, review shall continue through the site plan review phase to ensure that all improvement mechanisms are implemented concurrently with the construction of the development. The submitted proposal requires rezoning from GU to RH3M with variances to allow 100% of the units to be developed as multifamily and variance to allow private streets. Since the rezoning is consistent with the land use, the variance to allow all the units to be multifamily is requested for sale price affordability purposes, and the variance to allow private streets relates to deviation from county standards. The rezoning and variances could be approved. However, the applicant should work on creating varied elevations, including changes in materials and colors of the different buildings with the purpose of adding diversity and eliminating the monotony of the cookie cutter approach. A declaration of restrictive covenants could provide assurances for the materialization of the proposed signalized crosswalk and public sidewalk, the adherence to the proposed density and site plan, the commitment to provide diverse building elevation throughout the development, and the commitment to build pedestrian-safe street intersections within the interior street network. The recommendation is approval with conditions that would ensure continued traffic impact review through a site plan review phase, the materialization of the proposed exterior signalized crosswalk and public sidewalk, the adherence to the proposed site plan, the commitment to provide diverse building elevation throughout the development, and the commitment to build pedestrian-safe street intersections within the interior street network.
Mouthful.
Yeah.
Again, Hugo Arza, 701 Brickell Avenue. Pleasure to be here before you. I'm joined by several folks. We're representing the property owner, Ita Regio. However, the representatives from the contract purchaser, Lennar Homes, are here with me this evening. Carolina Herrera, Patrick Bayonne, and Carmen Orozco, my partner, Alex Arias, as well as our traffic engineer, who is online, unable to be with us physically here in the chambers this evening, but is online if there were to be any questions. We have a presentation that it's queued up. I want to thank Deborah for her recommendation. We've worked closely with the administration, as we always do. And although I'm sure I'll be asked to repeat it in the end, if it's your wish to recommend approval with the conditions, we look forward to having further discussions to break up some of the facades and the colors and the like. I mean, I think that that's something that we can certainly work through over the coming weeks, even as we move forward through this process, and then of course through your administrative site plan and concurrency process when all the building are really evaluated deeply. So thank Deborah and her team for their time with us. Next slide, please. So as Deborah indicated, property is approximately 18 acres located on the east side of 97th Avenue, 36th Avenue in the city's grid, 97th Avenue in the county grid. It's the last remaining vacant parcel on the east side of 97th Avenue in that area of the Hialeah Heights that, of course, was annexed. I think it was annexed exactly 20 years ago. I think it was annexed in 2005 by the city of Hialeah. So we're coming up on the 20th anniversary. And I think Deborah speaks to the fact that it's always been viewed the commercial, the county line project that exists and all of that has always been viewed as a sort of as a whole. And I think when we get to talking a little bit about the traffic concerns, I appreciate her report talking about the fact that, there are challenges today and we recognize those and we'll continue to work through those. But there are also additional improvements coming that are being undertaken by county and FDOT. Not the least of which, of course, is the Turnpike Exchange and 107th Avenue becoming a full 5-lane road. So all the trucks, and in fact, that'll be a requirement. I know that we've had a lot of conversations. I mean, once that road is built, all trucks we're going to have to use 107th Avenue. They'll be fine. This 97th Avenue will revert back to being a local road for just vehicular traffic and the traffic that's needed for the residents that live in this area. I think that that's going to bring a great deal of relief. We certainly share in the frustration that it's taken a long time for 107th Avenue to be expanded, but it borders Hialeah Gardens, the city of Hialeah, the county, and FDOT. So it's a 4-party road, so to speak. And so I know it's now being bid out and that work is going to start and will be completed in the next couple of years. And certainly the development of a project like this would also take some time. And so, this area will continue to have some of those improvements to expanded to address traffic concerns. We are surrounded by a number of communities Lennar built, Bellagio, Bonterra, Aragon, and the parcel is obviously currently vacant. The parcel is, as Deborah noted, at one point was used as a landfill. It is per DERMS standards, contaminated. It will need to be remediated in its entirety from contamination. That obviously is a DERM function, but one of the benefits you get when you develop, and it happened in some of the other parcels, that you might see on the screen that already are developed, is that by developing the site, you will get remediation of the contamination that occurs on that site. Obviously, as it remains vacant, it can just kind of be left alone because you're not doing anything about it. So we do think that there's also an environmental benefit in the long run to the fact that this site, which was previously a landfill and is currently surrounded by residences, will eventually just join its place as a residential community that's been remediated. And I don't want to lose sight of that. But it's an expensive proposition. And so, we proposed the project here this evening to make sure that we can go forward and do those things. Next slide. So as Deborah noted, I think it's important to note, we're not asking for a change in the land use, so we're not asking for greater density than that which your land use, your master plan already provides. I mean, there will be times when folks, including myself, have to come and request changes, and there might be great reasons for giving those for any particular location. But in this case, we don't have to sort of cross that
cross that, check that box or entertain that analysis. In fact, this property already has the land use required for the property we're proposing, which basically means it's intended to be developed with a project consistent with what we're proposing. And as Deborah noted in her report, you know, our rezonification to our RH3M category would meet that test and would fit under that land use category. Next slide. So existing zoning is a relic. The properties in Hialeah Heights, back to the 20-year history lesson when it was annexed, you just take over all the county zoning. The rest of everything else has been rezoned. Obviously, the remaining parcel, because it's undeveloped, is still retaining its county GU designation. GU is an interim designation. You cannot construct or build under it. But, you know, obviously then we are seeking the rezoning at this time. Next slide. So the requests are frankly, you know, pretty straightforward. A rezoning to the RH3M category and a non-use variance to permit the private drives. And I think Deborah explained it well in her study. This is not the exterior road. So we're not proposing that the exterior roads, 97th Avenue, are access roads, but the internal drives to the site are being designed in a way to try and promote pedestrianism to the greatest extent in a community such as this one. And so as a result of that, and to the benefit then of the city, which won't, you know, maintain the roads will be maintained similar to all of the other communities that you saw on one of the previous screens. And you'll see again, all those other communities where the cities, where the communities, CDDs or HOAs are responsible for maintaining those. And that's a pretty common development protocol these days, but it also has, in this case, the added benefit of allowing us to design it in a way where by not meeting sort of the wider internal roads, we can really kind of promote that pedestrianism that we want for a community such as this one. And you're going to see with the site plan, we are proposing an amenity just for this community. And we're also proposing an amenity just off site of this community that we're working on with the city that I think is going to be to the benefit of the entire community. And we're going to get to that in a second. Next slide. So here's a zoning application again. This would no longer be GU under the county code, and it would now be rezoned to RH3M. And the next slide. And then the non-use variances, which I've gone into some explanation for the rationale behind them, which is the second of the requests that you have here before you this evening. Next slide. So the proposed site plan, and pardon the red, it depicts, and I couldn't, we had trouble trying to eliminate that layer. It depicts areas of contamination that have to be addressed, to be honest with you. But obviously the entire site will have to be remediated. But the site, as you can see, has that water body, lake, or whatever you want to call it, that was dug out on the sort of eastern side of the property, and then has obviously the units that we're proposing, 178 units, as well as on the south side, you've got an amenity that is like Deborah said, we've relocated the pump station away from the amenity that we're providing for this community in order to ensure that the pump station noise or odors may not be there. Every one of the communities in this area has pump stations. I mean, it's just a standard development. So you try and place it in the least obtrusive place within the project. Entrances coming off the northern road, 92nd Street. We're going to talk about that a little bit, and then off our main entrance on 97th Avenue. So we kind of show you the site plan to give you a sense of what's being done here. Next slide. So what we're proposing is in essence, it's kind of the next generation of townhomes. I mean, the arrows all point to, townhome communities that surround us on three sides. And in all three cases, actually, because it's two communities built by the same developer that's been in the city and built in the city for many years. The evolution of the townhome is that the townhomes are, sort of changing slightly in dynamics. They're actually a condo product. They're, as a result of, the structure of the property and the units, as well as the saleability of the units, but a for sale product. And I've gone this far without sort of acknowledging the fact that, the city doesn't have the opportunity to see a lot of for sale products. I mean, you tend to need larger parcels of land in order to be able to spread the expensive costs of development. You know, you see a lot of multifamily on a half an acre and an acre because you go kind of up. You know, if you sold those units as apartments, they'd be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. And, you know, the market wouldn't support that. And so you get a lot of multifamily in this area. And really, you know, I mean, I did the approvals for some of those other communities, you know, about a decade ago, 8 to 10 years ago. You know, I don't believe there's been another for sale project. Maybe there's been one in the city, which is incredible for the 5th, 6th largest city in the state. You obviously are pretty land constrained. You don't have a lot of open fields, which people can just come in and develop new big projects, 20 acres. I mean, how often do you get a project that has 20 acres, right? It's an anomaly. So this will be a for sale product that will complement the need that this board, which has recommended for approval, probably hundreds, if not thousands of multifamily units to try and address the concerns and the compatibility and the desire for young families to stay local and not have to travel up or down the road to go find a place to buy, not just to rent, to buy. You all have had to recommend and have recommended many of those multifamily rental projects. And the commission has approved many of them, and many of those units have been built. Like I said, probably thousands in the time since this area around here was developed with for sale products. So now 8 to 10 years later, there's an opportunity to kind of fill in that gap, that donut of that last parcel, and add 178, you know, a modest number by major, you know, sort of thousands of unit calculations, but nevertheless an opportunity to have a for sale product. So compatible with the area and a for sale product. And I think that that's important. And I know it was of appeal to the city and the administration that they would get something like that. Next slide. So community improvement. So I want to talk a little bit about this one. There was the internal, you know, recreational area for the 178 residents. But we've been in discussions with the city. You know, we've met with Deborah and the administration, the mayor's office, the mayor's staff, about taking that area that you see on the left. You can kind of see it, and then it's blown up on the right, all the way on it's basically the end of 92nd Street. So the right of way was dedicated when these other communities were built. So, you know, that has been left as kind of a vacant area. I think we can all agree. The reason the road stops where it does is because the road is not going to cross I-75, right? I mean, we understand that there will be no way or ability for that street to cross I-75. So it kind of has become a kind of just a fenced off. I was there, you know, 2 weeks ago, and just there's like a couple of like kind of like a wood like fence type, just kind of keeping it. The city requested for us to look into the possibility of the contract purchaser, the developer, Lennar Homes, taking that area and turning it into something that the entire community could use, not just the residents that we're proposing to add here, the 178 units, but this being outside of our property would become a park, a dog park that the community, every one of those homes and townhomes that you see there, plus the ones that might get approved in this project, all could, walk to. And Lennar has been talking with the city and the administration about how to take targeted impact fees and utilize those impact fees to provide for the remediation of that area, because it does, like this entire area, have some contamination. So the demucking, taking out the bad stuff, putting in clean fill, bringing it to the level that's required, fencing it appropriately, providing some sort of walkway, and really, turning it over to the city for the city to be able to operate it as a dog park. And so we're working on that, the structure of how that would look, but Lennar's commitment is on the table for utilizing those impact fees to be able to improve that whole area, but with their expertise. So utilizing the impact fees, but at sort of, for them to manage that project, deliver it to the city and do it. We're going to be out there. We're going to be doing work. If this project is approved, then it makes sense. And that is a benefit for everyone. So that is to the east of our property and abuts the two communities that we're abutting ourselves. And really, if you go to a dog park anywhere, I'm like, in Coconut Grove, and people they walk their dog, they walk 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks, they go to the dog park, the dog runs, so you can cast a net around, and you will hit hundreds upon hundreds of homes in which, within a short 10 or 15 minute walk, you could walk your dog and use that. That's, was a request of the city that we consider that improvement. And I'm happy to say that we're working to figure out how we get a budget in place that we can do so with that. And so I wanted to bring it to your attention as we continue those discussions, and we expect that we would have those firmed up, as we move forward through this process. Next slide. Connectivity, and Deborah talked a little bit about that. I mean, it's important. There's a big shopping center, with a new Publix and I think a First Watch and a handful of other stores. And it's going to continue to have more and more restaurants and more stores opening up. The shops at Highland, which is just a couple of blocks south. And so providing for safe passage for pedestrians, not just our pedestrians, but for us to construct the sidewalk to provide for safe passing across 97th Avenue for folks to be able to walk if they so choose down to grab a bite to eat or purchase something or go over to Publix to pick up something, was again a request that the city came to us when we first brought the project to them. And I'm happy to say that, as it's included in Deborah's recommendation, we have made a commitment to provide for that connectivity and to provide for the improvements necessary to make for a safe passage across 97th Avenue. And again, with the development come the benefits that not just the development that's going to be constructed, but that the community at large can benefit. And this is another one of those, along with remediating the site or the dog park or all of those which come and go beyond the project itself and help the community at whole. Next slide. So, we've really kind of hit on a lot of these issues. What I want to talk a little bit about here also is the parking. What you don't see here is a parking variance. Isn't that nice, right? So these units all have 2-car garages. Deborah noted the guest parking. We're in excess of the guest parking by 52 spaces. So not only do we meet the parking, but we have 52 additional guest parking spaces. And so the project is fully parked. The project itself will have unencumbered green space inside of it, with that recreational area and some other pocket areas. Of course, will have to be fully landscaped to the city's standards and conditions. And so we'll go from being sort of an open field that we all know is contaminated to being, a vibrant community where, residents, can, if they want to choose to buy a home in Hialeah, they'll now have this opportunity to do so. Next slide. So gone this far into the discussion without talking about traffic, we recognize that that's likely to be, if not the main concern, one of the very top concerns. Touched on it a little bit at the beginning. Obviously the improvements that are coming to 107th and the Turnpike, the movement of all trucks over to 107th Avenue will have a profound effect on 97th Avenue. In addition to that, and I mentioned that our traffic engineer is online. He has prepared a study that's been peer reviewed by the city's traffic engineer, which has, basically identified any concerns, and we'll get into it, has also identified that it does not make conditions worse. I mean, so the test and the standard is, looking at the levels of services that the city has established. And so what that does not mean, and I'm always very honest, is that there will be no traffic generated. Of course, if you build homes, there will be additional traffic of those homes. We're going to show you, though, that it is among the least impactful uses compared to other things that could go there. And it also does not exceed the levels of service that you have. So to the extent that that is the test before you today, not just is there any additional traffic, which every development brings, but does that traffic create a condition that violates the city's rules and regulations, laws, master plan? The answer to the second question is it does not. And so that traffic study and the traffic analysis reflect that. Next slide. So we talked a little bit about the mitigation. So the top kind of rectangle there talks a lot about the signal optimization. So the traffic study gets into granular detail that I suppose if you wanted more of that detail, you could ask our traffic engineer. But a lot of the improvements that you can see in a developed area are going to be traffic signal optimization improvements that you work on with the county. The county controls all traffic signalization throughout, whether it's in incorporated or unincorporated areas. However, when new developments come in, they retest. And so we've determined, our traffic engineers and the city's traffic engineers have concurred with several adjustments that can be made to those traffic signals to optimize those signals and provide for better flowing traffic, a light, moving, staying longer, going shorter, whatever the case may be at different times of day. The lights don't always have to stay static. Those are reviewed when new developments are coming in. And again, another benefit that you get from being able to finalize and do this. Again, not that there aren't going to be additional cars. Of course, there's going to be development, but that the efforts that will be taken to mitigate. And as Deborah's recommendation suggested, we continue to do so as we go through the site plan and concurrency review process, and the county also gets to review items as we move through the process, particularly when we get to platting the property down the road. And so we'll have an opportunity to implement some of those improvements as we move forward, but the traffic study has already identified those for the consideration of the city. And then the sidewalks and crosswalks, which again, in an indirect way also affect traffic mitigation, trying to make it safer and safer conditions, which is critical in any environment. And what those commitments are and the construction of the sidewalks and the like is the bottom rectangle that you see there. So those are some of the mitigation aspects of this application that will come into play if this application moves forward. Next slide. So we've talked a lot about this, and so we'll get into it, but there are, again, additional, I actually haven't mentioned these. This is the Okeechobee extensions, 826. There are other, general area improvements that are coming online that will also facilitate the movement of traffic, because when something backs up even half a mile or a mile away, it has a trickle effect. So to the extent that you have improvements even a little further removed from the property, and improvements such as this one have been identified as future improvements that other agencies are already proposing and have budgeted for and will continue to be implemented. And so we wanted to highlight, this is not happening in a part of town that is forgotten. It's happening in a part of town that has a number of active improvements ongoing and programmed for the future that will continue to help with the situation at hand. Next slide. So, we thought a little bit about contrast and complement. So, I started out by telling you we're not seeking a land use change. So we're not asking for more density than that which your master plan already anticipates. So really, in effect, the city already anticipates a project of this density at this location. I mean, that's what the land use would tell you. And so then you rezone and you propose a project, but it is, again, not going from something where the city programmed it to be zero to the city programming now a development. The city has already contemplated that this has low density development, which means, and we fit under that category, we're not changing that category, which means that we can develop a residential community such as this one. Not the highest and most impactful residential community either. It's not a multifamily. It's not a 3 or 4 story walk up. It's not packing it in there. It is, in that even within the scope of residential, it is not, as high as it can be. So what are some other examples and things where if for whatever reason there's a desire, I mean, there are property rights and what you can do and the ability to develop a parcel, but if somebody decided they wanted to try and change the land use and do commercial on a shopping center, you could expect approximately 4 times as many trips. I mean, commercial generates that much more traffic. And you did a mixed use project, which obviously would incorporate then both the mix, you'd kind of you get the best or the worst of both worlds. You get the commercial and you get residential added to it, and usually more residential because you need to support those commercial establishments. You would be looking at approximately 3 times as much traffic as a project like this one would approve. And, a school, there's a lot of legislation out of Tallahassee that preempts local regulation of schools. And so, if instead of developing it in accordance with the city's master plan as a low density residential development, someone wanted to open a school, there would be avenues to do so. The school would, create at least 4 times, especially during the peak morning and afternoon period. So again, as a point of comparison, none of those are being proposed here today. What's being proposed is what's consistent with your code, what's consistent with your land use, but just about every use that we could come up with would be a greater use. The only use that, admittedly wouldn't be is don't do anything with your property. Well, obviously, and I think you guys have heard me before, I mean, we don't think that that's a reasonable alternative for a property owner. We think that the benefits of this project far outweigh the negatives, but all of these other suggestions would create far more traffic than what's being proposed. Next slide. So, generally in closing, staff's recommendation of approval. We've had an opportunity to just restate some of the recommendations that you all have before you. And again, we have no objection to working with Deborah to enhance some of the building elevation types, the colors and the facades, and maybe perhaps continue to break up the monotony and the repetitiveness. And that's a common request and one that I'm sure we can facilitate. And the rest of the conditions we would accept from the staff and their recommendation. Next slide. And then here we have, kind of save the pretty pictures for last, some of the renderings of what we would propose here. Next slide. And yeah, that's fine. Next slide. So, in closing, I want you to keep in mind a few salient points, right? And I've hit on them during this presentation. Consistent with your land use, not seeking to do anything beyond what's already allowed by your land use. Consistent zoning to allow the implementation of that land use. A number of public benefits beyond simply saying we're going to build 178 units, whether it's the working with the city on a dog park at the end of 92nd Street, the pedestrian connectivity improvements, other roadway improvements, and signal optimization, all of those, not the least of which, of course, is also the remediation of a site that is contaminated today. Keeping those things in mind, recognizing that there are not only from this project, from broader projects, other improvements that are coming along to address some of the traffic concerns and issues in the general area. We believe that it's right-sized, and we were approached and have discussed with the city at different points, multifamily developments on this site and other residential developments that might have required greater density. And like I said, other developments that would perhaps change the land use, and we are maintaining all of that. So I want you all to keep in mind sort of that we're working within the envelope that's been given to us, and then expanding beyond it only to provide for additional benefits to the city. So we hope that you will follow your staff's recommendation and recommend approval to the city council this evening. I would be happy to, of course, answer any questions, and of course, maybe reserve a little time. I do anticipate that there will be some comments and questions, and to the extent that I can answer those, I'd like an opportunity to do so, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments or questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, the chair.
I know he touched on a couple of points that would.
I
take you right
live in
there.
that area, and the traffic does concern me.
Sure.
And it's horrible over there. I don't know if you've ever been there at 8 o'clock in the morning or 7:30. It's a nightmare. I know you guys are doing the smaller streets.
Just internal, right?
Internal. No, that's the reason to doing that is so you guys can build more homes, I guess, to make more room for more homes.
Well, I mean, perhaps I don't know that we could fit more homes. I didn't. I don't have a site plan with the roads being slightly wider to meet county standards. I mean, it was done in consultation mostly to provide for a more, wider roads, kind of promote, especially internally where you won't have a lot of traffic, somebody coming out, and, the more compact road.
You'd be surprised in the mornings when
people are trying to get their kids to school.
When I leave Aquabella in the morning, it's rough sometimes too.
Yeah.
Those narrower streets, I think is just going to start bottlenecking, especially when they start exiting. Are you guys going to open up 97th Avenue so you could cross over to the other side? Because
right. So we wouldn't, obviously the no bottleneck or anything would occur outside, because once you get out into fully sized grid area, and the traffic study and the traffic engineer has evaluated.
When they get out through 97th Avenue, they'd only be able to make a right.
Correct. If they want to make a left, they go up to 92nd and make a left. Correct. So you have two options. So if you're coming out of the community and you want to head north,
and they just couldn't open it up so they could.
It's very close to another full opening just to the south. The county 97th Avenue is a county road.
Yeah.
They govern the distance between openings, and so we were unable to. I mean, it doesn't meet the threshold for having an additional opening to come out, and so 92nd would have anybody going south. If you want to go north, you can come out to 97th and just head north. I mean, the bridge is open now on 170th. When all of those projects were approved, the bridge wasn't open. So if you are heading north for some reason, and hopefully in the near future, you'll also be able to, make a left and go out to the Turnpike Exchange. So again, I appreciate it. I didn't recall that you lived in Aquabella, but the conditions are improving to try and get the traffic out of the community. But we recognize traffic is a concern. And again, we're living within the framework.
And we don't have the fire department there yet. We don't have enough police there. We have a lot of stuff
That is in the works. We have been working with an engineering company on the programming for the park, where there will be a police substation, a fire substation,
Right.
and satellite city hall with some offices that will be there open certain days of the week. So that is coming. It's in the works.
Yeah, look, I've been here and I've been at the city council meetings when folks have come and expressed concerns over there be no police or fire station out there. And I've heard some of the commitments that have been made. Those are outside the purview of any one property or development. I think that message has been heard. I recognize it. I think it's coming into that area where the park area is, the 30-acre park just north. I guess it's north of 154. I think some of those things are in the works. Your departments all get to evaluate the application, and obviously fire and police have to make sure that they can address it. I mean, if there are any concerns as this project moves forward, they'll have an opportunity during the site plan and concurrency review. Fire, reviews our site plan, but also can weigh in on any impacts to service and the like. At this stage and level, because of a rezoning, we're looking at slightly more macro, but during the site plan and concurrency. But I know I've heard it many times.
And I have one more concern. I know you guys are using this style of row house, which I hate. I don't understand why you guys even want to go there.
It's cost.
You're taking away from what we have there now. And I think it's going to devalue our neighborhood and bring down the property prices down. And that's what I feel by doing that kind of homes in that area. I can't.
I mean,
really
Mr. Ulloa, it literally mirrors to the south, to the east, and it's the same type of townhome that.
These are more row houses than townhomes from what
Well,
I'm
they
seeing.
function. They're called as such, but they function as for sale.
Yeah, the townhome is a little bit, I don't know, you got the front yard and everything with a townhome. A front entrance. This is a row house.
Right, which is just a preference. Again, it's kind of the evolution of townhomes. It's just a preference with there being.
I think it's just that. I don't think it's an evolution. I think it's something that it's stepping back and making something, I guess you would say, cheaper.
Yeah, there's no evidence anywhere that developments like this bring down costs. I mean, there's no evidence in records for that. I mean, you're certainly entitled to your opinion, Mr. Ulloa. We've had many discussions when I've been here and you've been there. There's absolutely no evidence that developing a new project will degrade property values. In fact, I mean, if you've lived in South Florida for the last several years, I mean, everything goes up. And part of the reason why we design this and don't design, let's say, single family homes is a cost factor. And Deborah mentioned in her report, I mean, single family homes cost that much more. I mean, there's an affordability concern.
Yeah.
So these are not subsidized affordable housing, workforce housing, nothing like that. These are for sale product. But if you build, larger single family
appreciate
homes,
the
they have
for
to
sale
sell,
product.
you price so many of your own, residents. I mean, we hear it time and again. My kids are in their late 20s or 30s. They want to buy a home. They want to buy something that they can call their own. I mean, they can buy a townhouse, and that's a natural step to do it. If we just build the single family homes, those houses go up by a couple $100,000. And it actually depresses, because then the prices have to be brought down, and then that depresses home value. So we're building something we know there's a great demand for, and the evidence is in the fact that surrounding our entire property are townhomes that, just like in Arcobella, but Montero, Bellagio, all of these communities, which, sold initially, have been resold in many cases, and have certainly seen no drop in value. So, I mean, I respect your opinion, but I don't think there's any evidence that an additional development is going to bring down the property value.
No, I'm not saying the developer is going to bring it out. I'm just saying that the style of house, I'm not excited about row houses. I just don't see it. I've seen them be done in Doral.
Right, but
With the back entrance parking, I've seen.
yeah, and that's what we have here. No,
They look like apartments. That's the thing.
and that's what we have here. And look, there's a little bit of a disconnect. I'm gonna both credit and throw the Deborah and the administration under the bus. I mean, we were asked to bring something that looks like Doral, that looks like other parts of town. I mean,
Yes.
sometimes there's a
I've seen
desire,
them in Doral, and
there's a desire to, like I said, bring a different look and not have it look exactly like some of the other communities, while still maintaining some of the general character. So it's interesting that you would say, because obviously it's your opinion and beauty's in the eye of the beholder, but precisely, hey, developing something here that is not just what you've done in the past, Lennar, but is something more akin to what you've done in Doral, would be welcome. And so that's what we're giving. So, I mean, it is slightly unfortunate that your personal opinion, on that matter would be that, like I said, the administration, and in our conversations with Deborah, they were more excited about seeing something like this than they were about another townhome community that looked like the other ones, because this is a product that didn't exist 10 years ago and does exist today.
I just see so much concrete, very little green space. It's just.
Yeah, the
For me,
project.
it's concerning to me. I don't like it.
Yeah.
I'd like to see some more green space. There's concrete here.
But the project meets all landscaping, green space, open space requirements, Mr. Ulloa. Again, we're not asking for a variance other than the,
Yeah, no.
so
And then right now it's it's not M3, it's GU, which stands for?
It's an interim designation that is the original designation that the county. gave.
Before a property is zoned,
The
But
GU
the,
was
but the
for-
land, GU means interim district, means
so it's not for
until
single
the
family.
municipality designates the property, has this zoning that is like interim.
yeah, if you're in the county, you rezone to a county category. If there's a city property that still retains the GU, you rezone.
I know it's hard to ask for, but I would love to have seen actual single family homes, but that would be.
Yeah.
I know that the prices are incredible,
Right.
but we have smaller family homes in Aquabella, the little
Yeah.
smaller homes. That they built
Even,
at the
even,
at the
yeah.
phase.
Yeah, and
those
even
are-
so, you know, I mean, in our discussions with Lennar, even so, the difference in price between those, what we're proposing and even the smaller single family, you know, is impactful enough that it would price out yet another segment of the community. And so this is an effort to try and ameliorate that.
And-
But we meet, but you know, and I don't want to miss the point. We meet open space, we meet landscaping, we
Yeah.
meet all of that. Maybe the rendering, listen, I mean, renderings are
Remember
only,
they
as
have the lake and the walkway around the
yeah,
lake.
renderings sometimes don't, you
Yeah,
know.
but also by having them private roads, it's gonna impact the residents there and they're gonna have to be paying more. The fees for.
No different than your community.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I
that-
know, they're
I mean,
probably gonna pay more
that
because
development-
Our fee, our roads are not private roads. Our
Yeah.
roads are-
Yours are private.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You've been paying for those. You just didn't realize that yeah.
Pay a
So,
lot over there.
yeah. So actually all of that, all of those communities we've referenced, Montero, Bellagio, Aragon, Aquabella, every one of those communities we've referenced, all of them sort of enjoy and have the same,
And what are these houses gonna start at, you know? or-
I knew I was going to get that
Are you
question. I don't
familiar
know.
with that?
Let me, yeah. The anticipated sales price per game. This is Carolina Herrera from
Hey.
Lennar Homes.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you.
Great to meet you. Thank you for having us. Maria Carolina Herrera, my address, office address. Sure. We just moved to a new office, 5505 Waterford Drive, Miami, Florida. So our average sales price here is going to be in the high $500,000. So it's going to be 580, 590 average for this kind of community. I do want to let you know that this is a community that is walkable friendly. That was the theme of the community. We wanted walkability, and that's why this product is excellent for that, because you're able to walk through the community, have open spaces, and not have to be looking at the cars. The cars are going to be behind the homes in parking.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but
it's
still
a
you have-
different
you
look.
have Front parking too, which is.
Front parking is parallel for.
Yeah, so we added some visitor parking at the front. Again, this is just conceptual. We have to work with the city on an actual
'Cause
site
I
plan,
say right now,
renderings.
That front parking is gonna just cause, hey, te paquete delante de mi casa, people are gonna be arguing about that. That's gonna be a little bit.
I mean, listen, I think people always welcome parking. That's been one of the concerns from other communities that we built in this area. I also think people always welcome, not wide roads inside the community because of the racing of the cars within the community. So, with the experience that we had here when we worked with Deborah on getting the approvals on the other communities, we've taken some of those experiences and put them here, thinking that this would be a great community for the area. I also think that if this style of home is going to be selling for those prices and they do not have a backyard, that will help the value of the homes around this community.
No question. There's
Um,
nothing gonna be anything for like affordable housing for other.
No,
people in this
Lennar-
area that would like to buy homes, like first-time home buyers, younger families, to assist people in the, in our city to be able to afford one of these little row houses?
So we do not sell affordable housing, but we are always welcome to work with the city and employees. And if there's a program, if there's any way that we can work with any funds available to get them in some of the homes.
Yeah, we'd love to see that for some of the city, employees or something that
Right.
would help, the members of the community.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people that work for the city, fire department or.
And which, by the way, are a lot of the
To
buyers.
be able to, for them to be homeowners, especially some people who are stuck renting right now.
Right.
That would be something that you guys could put into.
Lennar is primarily offering homes for first time and move up home buyers.
Mhm.
That's our clientele. We offer assistance on down payment. We buy down interest rates. I mean, You know, if you want to buy a home for the first time, Lennar Homes will help you
Yeah,
get into that
I
home.
I went through it with you guys and you guys were wonderful. It's, and I
Thank
would
you.
wonder if there'd be like assistance for people who, like I said, for lower income or something like that.
I mean, we have our own department that deals with credit repair to help some of the people that are applying for these homes. We help with paying down interest rates so that you can get to a comfortable payment, monthly payment. So we can certainly offer some of that, work with Deborah and see if there's anything we can do there.
Something for teachers, first responders, or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, you would be surprised. A lot of our buyers are teachers and first responders.
I would like to see something like that. That'd be great if you could do that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
I'm reading the emails from the packet and there seems to be a theme here. It's insufficient public safety, not enough police, fire, rescue, area overpopulated, 97th Avenue,
What he's reading,
overburdened.
The letters, yeah.
we receive letters of objection, so he's reading from that. So after we hear the people in the audience that are here, it's always four in favor and four in opposition. So depending on that, we will read some of the letters.
Yes, yes. No, I mean, now I understand why Mr. Santiesteban recused himself. There's like massive. It's like they should have seasons, like part 1, part 2. It's like a really big project and a bunch of letters and all of this. And it says overpopulation, the ingress, egress, roadways. It just seems like a can of tuna and that we're just putting more stuff and trying to squeeze more
Yeah,
stuff in.
Pretty much.
I mean, I don't live there. I have no cares for there, but I feel for these people that they say that they contribute as much as the rest of Hialeah in taxes. But at the same time, I feel that you're doing something positive. So like the city is taking like 10 years. There's no police, there's no fire, there's no library. I mean, dog park is really cool, but I mean, I'd rather have a police station or a fire department.
Yeah. I look, I recognize that.
I mean, I know it's not your fault.
Right. Well,
It's not your fault.
You took the words out of my mouth when you know, when Carolina and her team and
Exactly.
Lennar came to me, I said, guys, you know, it's going to be substantially less about what you're proposing, substantially more about this area, because we've been hearing it about the concerns, and we recognize that. You know, obviously this particular property cannot bear the burden of fixing every ill
course
that exists. And so, you know, I tried to highlight in my presentation those elements that will help to contribute towards improving some of those conditions, pedestrian safety, and they talked about that. I mean, overcrowding, you know, I guess that's just you know, again, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I mean, what is overcrowding, right? People may feel crowded, but you know, we meet the land use, right? We're within the land use. So I mean, there's two sides of the coin. Look, police station, fire station, additional amenities for that part of town, the Hialeah Heights part of town. Like I said, I've been a lot of conversations with the city. You know, I think that community will continue to make sure that its voice is heard. I know that they have folks not just here, but also at the council level that you know, either live in the area or feel for it. And I would urge them, and we'll go with them, you know, hand in hand, and we'll meet with the administration and we'll make sure that some of those plans for fire and police stations are moving along, because we want our future residents, just like we wanted all of the residents we sold homes to previously, to enjoy those benefits. But no one parcel can sort of address all of those problems. So, you know, we're left in that situation of, you know, what can this development do to help the situation? And then collaborating and going and talking to the city about what else needs to be done. And again, we would pledge happily to continue discussions with the administration and get updates on police and fire station and what they're planning to do, because we've heard that before.
Because I feel like usually the administration, the city, is the one that's requiring, oh, you have to plant trees, you have to put a facade, you have to put a cafecito and all this. But now, how about the other way around? How about like we put something on the city. Hey, we want a library, we want police, we want
Well, I
fire.
already addressed that issue.
Yeah,
And I told you, and if you go by the city council agendas, you will see that ACOM, that is an engineering
I wasn't there, I don't know
architectural
when that
company, was hired and they're working on a programming for the park. In the next meeting, there will be a request for authorization to the council members to hire an attorney to work with the city to designate that area as the area of the parks as a reuse area, so we can clean up those parks and build the police station and the fire station. So the administration is taking care of those things. They take time, they take a lot of money, but we're working on that. This administration has been very proactive on that.
I don't know which administration, I mean, I don't think it's fair to them because like it's not their fault and it's not fair to the other residents. And, you know, I just feel like there's a conflict everywhere. There's issues. And like the hard part is find the solution.
Yeah. No, and I appreciate that. But again, I mean, the request is consistent with your code and traffic studies and the like. I mean, the rest of these are indispensable and important considerations, but you know, for the application purposes versus for the impacts of general development, those are two very different things. And so I would urge you to sort of keep in mind the application meets your tests, as your staff's recommendation, meets the land uses and seeking to develop at a higher density than that which they already at the city contemplate, and maybe allow us to work with the neighbors I'm sure we'll hear from, plus the ones we're aware of, to continue dialogue. And you know, I'll be the first one to ask to meet with Deborah and the mayor's office to get an update on where police and fire station may go, and what is the timeline, and what is AECOM doing, and how does that look? And you know, sometimes because the community isn't attending council meetings as often as I do, they're not hearing some of those discussions, and so we'd be happy to facilitate that information and with them. And even because I know the mayor's office will be happy to, you know, even if a group of them wanted to come and sit with us as we go through this process and talk to the administration and hear from them, what are some of the future plans, we'd be happy to make that offer too.
I mean, it's easy to criticize from the sidelines because I'm not there. I don't know how to make a police station or anything like that. But I mean, I feel the frustration from the residents, and I feel like you guys are in a good position to talk to the administration and, you know, get things
And
done.
we make that, you know,
Exactly.
give you that commitment, and it can certainly even be a consideration, a recommendation from your recommendation that we facilitate and meet with the administration and neighbors that wish to join us, and that we get straight from not just Deborah from the zoning side, but also from, you know, the city's administration and future plans, exactly what's coming into that area, and we make that commitment.
These are all good points, but there's still one point that I haven't heard a solution to or any information about, and it concerns me a lot, and that is the contamination of the soil. I know that area out there has, even though there's all them warehouses out there, they've been built on top of contaminated soil, and you go out there and you can see the stacks, you know, the breathing stacks and all of that. What is a plan for that area that is contaminated?
Yeah, so you know, upon securing any city zoning approvals that we have, the city and all cities have to delegate all environmental review to DERM. We've already commenced those conversations because the largest, you know, line item, a typical line item for this project is remediation of this contaminated site. So Lennar has already had conversations with DERM as to what it's going to occur. Industrial sites have different requirements, different levels. Residential sites have to be cleaned to a higher degree and a higher level for, I think, pretty obvious reasons that we can all understand because folks are going to live there. So obviously no single unit can be built until we have remediated to DERM satisfaction this site. The converse is true too. The site will remain contaminated until developed, right? So those kind of go hand in hand. And so you know, because we wouldn't go through that permitting with the city because it's handled by Durham. We don't tend to focus on the granular detail of the permitting process of Durham because you know, we'd be here till 3 a.m. The city has as one of the reviewing agencies through the site plan and concurrency review that we secure our Durham approval. So we get our zoning in place, we submit site plan and concurrency for the administrative site plan and concurrency, and fire and streets department of the city and all the different departments that look, Durham is one of those. And we take that to Durham and we hope we get back sometime in this decade. You know, that's what we hope for every project, right? Would they put us through all the testing that's required? They make us do everything. So, you know, I didn't belabor the point too much because the permitting process is outside the purview of both this request and the city's jurisdiction. But the city delegates and will and cannot issue building permits until this site has been cleaned and remediated to acceptable residential levels. And again, the converse is true. Until that is done, the site remains contaminated.
But you are aware of the areas that I'm talking about, the commercial sites over there.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Where the, you know,
Smokestack,
what
yeah,
are they
those
breathing? Are they breathing?
Plumes, yeah,
stacks
plume
or-
stacks and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am. And those are, but again, I'd urge you, I mean, you'll also notice none of those exist on the east side of 97th Avenue,
True.
even though these areas were all, you know.
And that's why, as you mentioned, commercial development, I'm sure has a different a level of restrictions for mitigation,
yeah.
what have you, than
But
than
the most stringent and the most impactful remediation standards occur with residential projects. Again, for obvious reasons. If folks are going to live there, Durham wants to make sure that it is acceptable for, you know, folks to live there.
One more question, and I mean, I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this. Ultimately, who will be responsible for the cost of all that cleanup?
Oh, Lennar, yeah, the developer. I mean, the development costs are all fully borne. I mean, there's no.
And it's like you said, you went in knowing that the soil is contaminated, and you either clean it or you don't.
If we don't do the project.
But you don't, right?
Yeah, those are the options before us. And as I mentioned, just as anecdotally, I mean, you know, I was approached and vetted this property for a number of other proposed developments, other developers, other folks that wanted to do it. And it's a substantial cost. And, you know, Lennar is, you know, our homegrown home builder, you know, Fortune 100 company that's been building in South Florida for 60 years. And so, you know, they've tackled a lot of these kinds of sites in the past. And so they have a certain comfort level and the financial wherewithal to be able to clean this site up and get it developed. And yes, get it developed and obviously sell those homes. And no one is going to, you know, discount the fact that that's part of the equation, but get it cleaned up, have the expertise, be able to hire the right consultants, work with the right folks. Other folks took a pass and have left the site to just remain there contaminated. You know, and I think for the community, and those are one of those benefits that I was talking about. I mean, again, it's hard to look at it that way when you compare it to traffic and say, well, if you do that, but I'm getting traffic. Yeah, but in addition to the other benefits that we mentioned, the offsite benefits and the like, you know, that property would also be clean. And I do think that that's an important consideration and something that I think the city will be excited to happen. It was a former landfill. Like this wasn't just, we did a little something on this. I mean, this was a landfill that was where people dumped refuse into. So
One last question. This is just for my own information. Those lakes over there, do they become your property or are they from the original dredging company from way back when they
which
dredged it?
lakes? The one inside this property or the ones in all the other developments?
Oh,
they're all owned by the CDBs or I mean, nothing there. When this whole area was developed, it was developed in pieces. And if there were water bodies inside, they are now being maintained and owned by those respective communities.
So this lake that you have here on your drawing
is inside this property.
So that would actually be your property.
Yeah. And the property of the future residents of this community. Yeah. Yeah. We're buying the whole thing. We don't get to take out their lake. And if you see it, I mean, the property and the development goes around it too.
Right.
And the lake has a bit of an amenity feature, you know, in addition to whatever cleanup has to occur, it does also have a walkway around that. And so we create a bit of an environment to try and take it from being a contaminated eyesore to something that the community can utilize, which is not insignificant.
All right. Any more comments or questions?
I have
I wanted you to have the most of it? Because I know that you're very, very familiar. You live there.
Yeah, I still have like one or two more questions. I know that we're just doing a land use.
No.
No,
for-
a
for-
rezoning.
A rezoning, we're just
Rezoning
rezoning.
and variance.
So this is not like they're gonna be able to build immediately, they still have to come.
No,
again.
no. With the rezoning and these variances, they will be able to.
They will be able to.
Yeah,
Subject to
subject to all of the permitting and Durham and all of that.
Durham and all of that, and how long would
So
that
this is
take?
gonna give them the green light, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and subject to, obviously not
Let's
not having
assume-
any additional variances.
Yeah, now.
Okay,
now,
let's
if
assume
there-
that you got the blessings, you got the green light on all that. Top of your head, how long do you think it'll be before Durham gets
I
all
mean,
that?
I'm going to answer this question without turning around and then let them correct me, but I've answered this question. I mean, it would take probably, we would anticipate closing in the next 6 months. I mean, get through this process over the next couple of months and then close thereafter and go in for permitting. I mean, I think you'd start to see certainly remediation work later this year and hopefully construction by, if not later this year, the beginning of 26. And they, deliver homes incredibly quickly. They're really good at what they do. So, my guess is that, they are programming for something that is going to a hearing in January, February of 2025 to be delivering homes in 2026. Did I get that right?
27.
Right. Yeah.
So
the Durham approval could, will likely be the slowing factor. It's not going to be the city's review. We know that they do it faster than just about any jurisdiction in the county. But yeah, it will take some time to get all our permits.
So just for fun and giggles, you're gonna say Durham maybe a year or so
Sure.
before they give you the green
So
light?
say from this spring, after they close on the property through maybe spring of 26, which is what would allow them to do work. And so, yeah, so maybe by late 26, you could see something there. But I mean, unrealistic to think that this community would be finished certainly before 27 sometime is probably, I guess why that is important. I don't know why you're asking it, but part of the reason why that's important is because a lot of these improvements that are coming, or the widening of 107th, or 2 years for us to discuss with the administration, police and fire stations, there's a lot of time before we tax the area for there to be issues. Again, things that are not the responsibility of any one property, but we would have some time to continue to work with the city.
That's why I'm throwing you a bone there.
Yeah, no,
Because I do know for a fact that there is fire, police, and other emergency first responders and stuff on the works based on, whenever they get the monies, and then I'm sure they got to go through the same permitting
The
and
money's there.
yeah,
Yeah.
well,
She just showed me her pro forma, her anticipated schedule, and their first home closings are for October of 26. So I said,
that should be plenty of time for the fire station, police station, all of that. So that would alleviate some of the concerns now.
I think that that's always part of the equation, is that it takes some time to develop.
John, do you have any?
Yeah, one more question. I know this is probably not gonna work already, but where the dog park is at, there's no way it could be like a ramp on the other side of I-75. I don't know. It's because.
Did you live through the last battle to open 170th?
I know, but.
People have gray hairs.
That goes beyond the scope of this, so.
Cause that dog park,
Maybe
up there, it's kinda, whatever.
Again, Mr. Rio, I mean,
no.
I mean, it's curious because I mean,
It's just the traffic that's over there. I'm just trying to
Right,
find
no,
any way possible to open up another road somewhere, anywhere there.
And
It's
we
just so
respect
bad.
that. I chuckle mostly because some of the ideas that we heard and implemented as wishes that folks, and the city and the planners and people wanted to see, which was activating this area for a dog park for the entire area, was, some of the, let's change up the look. Well, why don't you bring something like what you do in Doral, or some of the things that, that aren't to your liking. And I mean, again, that kind of stuff is personal preference. I chuckled, not at your comment, but just that. Yeah, like we're doing this because we were asked to do it, not because we woke up one day and said we want to make a dog park. But the city
but
found
I'm just saying if it'd be possible to do something else, but obviously.
Remember that we are through the 2050 master plan process, and we went to all the communities and we met with the neighbors. We heard what they want. So there will be a set of recommendations that will be ready by April or May. So those recommendations will be there, part of the master plan. There are future plans like summer dreams like opening 154. So it's there, everything is noted. Then it's not that easy to implement them,
Yeah.
but at least we know what we need and we have the recommendation from the group of experts in transportation, streets, architecture, urban design. So all those recommendations will be part of the 2050 master plan.
Just think, if you don't not too happy about the dog park, you can always build a pickleball.
Yeah.
Pickleball.
There's
Food truck.
He said.
I think
food trucks,
pickleball,
isn't it?
I'm waiting for the shoe to drop with pickleball, but don't tell my other clients that. I don't know. I'd never heard of it till 5 years ago.
When do you
Okay.
think they'll have a police station or a fire station?
We are working on that. This Friday, we have a meeting with the engineers to talk about the programming. So we are proactively working on that. I cannot.
But
tell
we
you-
don't know like
I
if it's gonna be
cannot
years
tell
or.
you date, but I know that the funding is there and the will to do it is there. So now we just to figure out what we're going to do. And also what I mentioned is that an environmental engineer will come and will work with the city because we also have to clean up those lands. So we're trying to designate the property for green reuse and try to get some federal money to help on that because that is very costly. So the city is proactively working on that.
And
I
is there-
cannot tell you a date
Right.
because I don't know those environmental things. As you heard, is 1 year to get the permit. So, but we have a plan. We are working. on
And is
that.
there a plan for the egress and ingress,
That
egress?
is part, we have a meeting. First, you have to program what you want, the size of the fire station, what the fire department assess that they need for the future, the size of the police station, the size of the park that will go there, like an active park, the size of the satellite offices. So you start from something. So you start from a program. So we are working on.
But we don't know if they're gonna put more streets to get in and out.
Well,
like-
we still don't know the size of the building. So you start by determining first having a master plan
Right.
and knowing what you want, and then you get into the details.
Right.
All right. Anything else before we open the floor? Because I know the gentleman over there wants to say a thing or two. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right, we'll open the floor for the public audience. Okay, name and address.
Swear me in again.
Yes, no, just name and address.
Nicholas Morel, 3388 West 91st Terrace. I can throw a rock into the property that we're talking about with my son Noah. Noah was actually born into the home. So we've lived there for 10 years in the same home. We were the first home buyers, first time home buyers when we bought the home from Lennar 10 years ago. My wife was pregnant at the time when we signed the documents. We moved in. She had 20 days to nest before he was born. Bonterra hadn't even started. They haven't even broken ground yet. We're grateful that there's now a light on 92nd Street and 97th Avenue. It's helpful, but I got to be honest that the gentleman said, can this one property solve any one problem? The answer is no. And freely you guys admit that, so the question really is this property going to make a benefit or detriment to the problems? And in this particular case, it's clearly going to be a detriment. Just to be able to leave my home after hours, just to be able to get here, just leaving, I had to go all the way to 102nd in order to be able to avoid the traffic on 97th in order to be able to go there. And so getting out, it can be for me, because I'm at the Aragon side, it's about 3/4 of a mile from my home to 97th and 138th. And sometimes it can take 45 minutes to be able to egress. 45 minutes. And what you guys were saying before about how the traffic being impacted. So I work 3 miles. I cross Okeechobee Road and my work is right there. And it can take me sometimes an hour and a half because there'll be an accident on the turnpike and everything goes on there. Everything blocks up all the road. Trying to get to I-75 from 138th Street from 97th Avenue. You can be backed up there for 30, 45 minutes just in that half a mile. It's atrocious. And so, yes, FDOT is doing a lot of work on Okeechobee Road. That's not scheduled to complete until the end of 2026. FDOT is talking about doing extensions on the Gratney Expressway. They haven't even started that process. I don't know when that's going to end. In a best case scenario, I would suggest that we rezone it to something that would be less traffic. I disagree. I think that if you were to do more services in the area, business related, to service all of the warehousing, there's no food in the area. 3 restaurants over on 138, there's no real food for all the people who work there or for real good restaurants, for a real variety of restaurants for where it is that we live. Do something like that. It's going to affect the traffic far less because getting up and down 97th Avenue is not a big deal. It's getting out of the territory. It's getting out of the area, getting to 138th Street. So that'd be the primary part. In a worst case scenario, you kick the bucket in order to be able to see what's really going on. I've lived there for 10 years. We've been promised a fire station and a police station, and we've got a temporary one. I've been there for 10 years, and I feel like I don't want to say lied to. I don't want to be disrespectful in that way. I don't believe that we're being lied to, but I think that we're getting gaslit a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. I don't know the situation there, but like you've been there 10 years.
10 years.
Like it sounds like suffering. It sounds like something difficult.
For some people, it's
to
worse than
endure.
others. Yeah.
Feels like it's easier to like ride a bicycle to work and get there faster.
Ironically, 2 times a week I do.
Yeah.
To avoid the
So-
traffic. It'll be 15 minutes for me to get to work on a bicycle, but the danger for me is crossing Okeechobee Road.
Got it.
And that is very, very dangerous, which is why I've reduced. But it can be 15 minutes for me to get on a bicycle, and I have a shower at work, so I'm blessed in that way. And
So like, is it because it's hard to sell? Like,
oh no, where would I move?
that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, no, I could sell the property. I mean, I bought it for 310, and I could sell it for a substantial profit. But where would I go? That's getting another place with the prices extraordinarily and where it is and interest rates.
Because I see like if I was in that situation, I would just sell and like.
But so where do you go?
Easier said than done.
Yeah, but where do you go?
That's everyone's story in Miami-Dade
Yeah, yeah.
County. I live in an incorporated Dade in the Oshus area that
Yeah.
used to be like a small neighborhood. I used to arrive to the city, my trip would be 30 minutes, 40 at the most, and now it takes me 1 hour and a half. It's all around. The city is growing, the population is growing. So if you stay in Miami-Dade County, this will happen every
And I'm not saying that the property shouldn't be developed. I agree that the property should be developed. I don't know that this is necessarily the best use of the property, and I definitely don't believe that this is the right time for the development because of so many services that have been promised over the last 10 years and are still pending.
Okay, well, what's going to happen is there is a concrete plan. There is monies for fire, police, first responders. All of that is tangible. It's not there yet, but it is definitely in the works. How long will it take? About a year or thereabouts, rough?
That's
I know.
So just really, there's no concrete plan. We're in the preliminary stages of creating something that we understand that there's a need in the area, and the city is doing its due diligence right now to make sure that that need is met. There is no concrete plan right now because we're at the beginning stages of it.
Okay, I stand corrected. What I mean by concrete is the monies is there.
Right.
And you don't get no more concrete if you don't have no money.
Granted. And thank you for your transparency in that. We've been talking with the previous mayor who had the first town hall meeting in our area before Bonterra was even finished in the parking lot of our association building. And we had everybody was there, and we were promised fire stations back then, and finally we got a temporary one. The safety, the sidewalk is completed, so 97th Avenue is safe. There are loads of kids that will ride bicycles and whatnot to the school that's right there at West Lakes Preparatory Academy. It is safe. There is a crosswalk now in order to be able to get to Shops at Highland. There is progress, but again, being that we're still in preliminary phases, yes, the money's allocated, but there are so many, government is slow, and I get it. You got to dot your I's and cross your T's. But my best hope would be at minimum, kick the can down just to be able to see what the real progress is before we actually approve the rezoning. Or my personal choice would be do something that's going to zone that's going to be more beneficial for the immediate residents that are there, as opposed to throwing more residents in without other services.
Thank you.
Yeah. By the way, your son is so well behaved. I think he earned a Happy Meal.
I'm very blessed. Thank you.
Now, I have a question for you too.
Yes.
You're saying more restaurants. I don't feel that we need that. I don't mind having the residential there. I'd rather have the residentials and then more commercial in that area. That's for sure. But I'm thinking maybe something not so impactful, like instead of the row houses, maybe traditional townhouses or smaller single-family homes like we have in Aquabella.
Well, that would
That'll
be less dense, and so
Yeah,
that would be,
yeah, reduce the density by doing it something similar to that. And that'll make it easier for us to, I guess, accept it. You know, I know that the houses were being more expensive, but then there'd be less population inside, maybe 20 or 30 or 40 less houses, whatever it is.
well, I don't know.
I-
It's not-
It'd be more
Low
expensive.
density is 12 units per acre, and they are proposing to develop at 10 units per acre.
No, again, it's just an idea. You know, I don't think that adding more people living there is going to solve the problem so much as getting something there that's going to be a service and a benefit to the existing residents. That's my point, right?
Yeah,
Regardless
I
of
get
what
you're
it
saying,
is.
But I don't think that we need, I think
A
that.
police station would be better served there, in fact.
What is it?
A police station
Oh,
would
yeah,
be better
police station,
served
but
there,
they're
in
gonna put
fact.
it in the other side, on the park side.
Well, that's where the fire station is right now, but all
They're
the,
gonna put it in that area there. That's
Is crime a problem right now in the area?
not immediately. There was towards the beginning of the development, you know, before everything was set in place.
All right, we need to move on. We have other people here and we have,
Thank you.
thank you for your input. Okay. Name and address. Were you sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, name and address, please.
Okay. My name is Bexabe Díaz. I sorry, I speak en español porque my English is bad.
Okay.
9796 West, 34 Avenida, Hialeah, 33018.
Can you speak slow so I
Yes.
can translate?
Bexabe Díaz,
Besabe Diaz, address
9796 West,
9796
34 Avenida,
34 Avenue,
Hialeah, 33018, en Bonterra.
Bonterra.
Okay.
Está bien, porque es negocio. No, mi problema en cuanto a hablar con ustedes no es por el proyecto,
It is okay
sino
for them to do it because it's business.
Yes.
It is okay, so I'm not speaking
But
against that.
en la ciudad tenemos problemas que lo hemos hablado, ustedes ya lo saben,
But in
de
the city,
problemas
we have spoken about the problems that we have
del
had
tráfico.
about the traffic.
En cuanto hay en las tres comunidades, Aragón, Bonterra, Aquabela,
In the three communities that we have, Aragon, Bonterra, and Aquabella,
son 1,700 residentes
there are 1,700 residents.
y las rentas que están ahí, estamos hablando de 1,500 más.
And we are talking about the rentals, which are probably 1,500 more.
Estamos hablando como de 3,400.
In total, 3,400.
Si lo duplicamos porque cada familia está casado, tiene 2 carros.
If we multiply that by
Estamos
the
hablando-
cars that they have, by 2 cars each,
Estamos hablando casi de 8,000 carros.
we are talking about approximately 8,000 cars.
Pero eso no es falso porque siempre hay padres ahorita, viven hijos, tienen carros.
But that is false
Yeah.
because they have parents and they have cars, they have kids and they have more cars.
Y se ha incrementado.
And it have increased.
El tráfico con los warehouse, más los que trabajan ahí, se ha ingresado.
The cars plus the warehouses and the traffic has incremented.
Entonces, adicional, el puente 170 y el 100.
The bridge by 170 and 100.
Ajá, abrieron la 170, pero el puente de la 100 está cerrada y no se puede abrir sino dentro de 10 años.
Since they
happen.
opened the bridge, but the one at 100, they haven't opened it, and it could happen in 10 more years.
La única entrada que tenemos es en la 97.
The only entrance by 97.
Adicional, en la Torpay,
In addition, by Turnpike,
en la 170, en la Torpay, están construyendo.
in the Turnpike by 170, they are constructing,
Ajá, y no terminaron la construcción
and they haven't finished the construction
porque hubo un proceso interno
because it was an internal issue.
y se terminó el contrato, no lo hicieron a tiempo.
And the contract was finished, and they didn't do it on time.
Hablé con el señor Bermúdez, que es el comisionado
I spoke
del tema,
I spoke to Mr. Bermudez, the commissioner,
Y nos dijo de que como se terminó y no se continuó unos procesos internos para continuar,
And it was said that since the internal process they didn't finish and they couldn't continue,
para continuar eso, va a tardar el proceso, tienen que volver a hacer reuniones ahora en este año
they have to do more meetings this year
para empezar a hacer un nuevo proceso para terminar a hacer la construcción de esa vía, porque quedó de este lado a la 170 de la Torpay la salida. Aquí tú ves, hay videos, pueden mirar, queda un espacio aquí terminado, el otro espacio y en el medio una tierra sin terminar.
So you can see in videos that actually it is not finished and it hasn't been continued.
Nos dijo que puede tardar a unos 5 años ese proceso.
I was told that it could take another 5
Ya se le
years.
acabó el tiempo. Yo le he dado más tiempo porque
Sí, yo sé, se termina dentro de 5 años. Eso quiere decir que nosotros tenemos problema porque si ellos si dentro de 5 años que van a continuar el proceso, la Torpay, la 110 está cerrada, sin hablar solamente con la 170, no hay otra salida, y en la 97 para salir es un problema. Yo quiero que me expliquen, y sin contar que la Okeechobee están trabajando, que le incrementó el problema, es peor el tráfico.
That means because of all the issue and the time
Quiero
that
que
it's
se
not
pongan
lining.
en los pies de los que vivimos ahí.
Okay.
I ask
Thank you.
you to be on
Thank you.
my
I'm sorry.
experience.
Yeah?
Thank you. Okay, let's try and keep it around
Yeah.
3,
Yeah.
4 minutes thereabouts, okay?
Carlos Narvaez, 9796 West 34th Avenue. She's my wife, so living in Bonterra. So I'm not against progress, right? So I think the area, needs more love, and we love the Vaquita, the area, right? La Vaquita, right? So right? So we love it. You see kids, seeing the cows, whatever. But the thing is that this is not the right time to build something until those things that my wife was explaining are completed. We don't have a police station. We don't have a fire station. The traffic in the morning is really, really bad. You live in Aquavela, so, you cannot leave your house at 8:30 in the morning because traffic reaches all the way to Aquavela, right? Now it's reaching to Aquavela.
And now they want to, when the exit comes out, they're gonna have to make a U-turn to come back.
Exactly.
It's
So,
ridiculous.
so that's bad. We're gonna have a choke point ahí. So, guys, as I mentioned before, I'm not against progress. We need to do something, but please make sure that all those things that were promised at least are completed or in progress before you guys approve something on that land. You guys keep saying, oh, but if we build single family homes, people are not gonna purchase those properties. Guess what? Houses in in Bonterra, they're going for $150,000 right now. Same thing in Aquavela, same thing in Aragon,
How
and some of
much?
the houses are hitting $1 million.
Well, how much did you say?
850,000.
800, okay.
Right. So people that are moving now in the area, it's not like in the past that, oh yeah, I'm gonna buy a house for $350,000 right now. People that are moving right now is people with means. You see a lot of expensive cars driving in the area, and listen, if I had to buy a brand new house for $1 million, I'll do it because I love the annex. I think it's a good area for our kids to grow, right? It's a good community, but our quality of life is getting worse every day. And I know some of you guys don't live in the area. You live in the area, so I think you're the only affected, and Eddie, but he had to recuse himself. But guys, please, this is not the right time to do it. Make sure that all the things that were promised are in place before you guys decide to do something. If you talk to the neighbors, most of them are gonna be against this project. And we want something there. We live in the area. That's our first home. And I gotta tell you, I enjoy every single day that in Bonterra. We have our problems, but please, I urge you, this is not the right time. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, just for the record, as I'm sure that you will remember that I couple of times, no, it's fine. A couple of times I brought it up to their attention. I asked questions as to how long do you approximate from assuming that this item passes tonight? Remember, this is nothing more than a rezoning. Okay, from what it is now, which is just GU is a generic zoning that the county has for, because the land has to have a zoning designation, okay? Before anything is built, that's what they're doing. They have to come and apply for a rezoning for the proper zone for the proper project that they want to bring up. That takes time. And especially when you have contaminated soils there, that takes a while. So I know, I don't live there. I know that he does, and I know Eddie does also. Okay, and they're very familiar with here. Again, rezoning, you're talking at least a couple of years before they actually start making an impact.
Yeah,
So
but how long is it gonna take for the city to build
I don't.
you see,
you
so
heard the
yeah,
the
so
principal planner.
so 170 connection is not there, right? It's not there. We only have one and in and out. There's an accident, everything collapses. Traffic is already reaching all the way to Acovela, and that exit on 97, and they have to go back to the next street and turn. That's a bad idea. So I mean, I'm not a city planner. I'm not a traffic engineer. So all I know is computers, right? But to be honest, I don't care. I work from home, right? But my wife, when she leaves from work in the morning and then when she comes back at night, you know what's the first thing that she told me? I'm not going out of the house from 5:30 all the way to 7 because of the traffic. That's an issue. That's a bad quality of life.
Right now, as we sit here and we speak, not you. I'm talking about here. The only one, with the exception of Eddie, that recused himself, the only one that has firsthand knowledge, firsthand experience, and an impact is Mr. Ulloa. So
Through the chair, sir?
we have to pretty much rely on his personal experience to swear. Go ahead, sir.
Is he qualified as an expert?
I
approve.
I agree with you. This is going to be very impactful to all of us, and no police station and no fire station is going to help improve the traffic there. On the contrary, it's going to just make more traffic. Police station and fire station is not going to. The only way you're going to open is if you open up the roads, and that's not going to happen for God knows till when. I want homes there. I don't want anything else other than homes there. I want homes there, but I'm still thinking low density instead of going high density. Maybe that would be something more acceptable to help us out. I sometimes wait till 10 o'clock in the morning to leave my house, and I go to work late, and I'll get out of work at 7 or 8 o'clock at night, coming home just to avoid the traffic. That's what I do. So I'll wake up around 7 o'clock, wait for the traffic to die down, the kids go back into school. Then I'll leave my house around 10, and I got to come back home around 8. It's really bad. And I have a lot of respect for you, Hugo. And it's really bad. And I wouldn't be telling you it's bad if it isn't. You got to experience it. When you leave Acovela in the morning, it's bad. And now you're going to put houses where people are going to have to get out and make a U-turn and come back around?
And Aragon.
Can I say something?
Sure, yeah.
All the infrastructure that is planned and is not there, some of it, the responsibility is on Miami-Dade County. And here, the idea of this board is to look at this and the consistency of this with the zoning code and the comprehensive plan, and it all is. So my idea is that you have to vote in this, thinking in the future, in the compatibility, and then they only recommend. It's not that they approve or disapprove.
Basically-
And
no,
then-
basically
and
what-
then you
yeah.
have your opportunity at the city council, and the ones who will vote in favor or against, and the ones that will be able to give you the responses or to delay the process or to put conditions to have this finished, I don't know, 5 years from now, is them, it's not,
Basically,
this,
what she means is from a legal point of view, that will be the legal eagle here. From a legal point of view is we have to look at the merits of the application. The application meets the codes. It has, I mean, it's a valid application. It's good. In fact, it has the principal planner's approval with, you know, recommendation with some conditions, but it fits. Okay, that's what we need to look at. We also have to look at, you know, consider impact. But as far as the application is concerned, as far as the merits and as far as does it fit the neighborhood, it does. And they need a yay or a nay so that they can move forward and, like she said, go to council, the city council, bring it up to them, see what they say. Or let's say that we reject it. You know what's going to happen is they're going to go back to their office. They're going to sit there and they're going to, you know, shuffle some cards around and what can we do? And can we do this? Can we, you know, the cross their T's, dot their I's and stuff so that they can meet your concerns, and everybody else's concern while staying within the boundaries of there.
Yeah, again, so
And
I'm pretty sure that the neighbors are not against building something there, right? You know, let's be honest, we in capitalism, right? So, you know, if I buy the line, you know, we all wanna make money here, right? So, that's the right as owners, right? So, but at the same time, I want you guys to take in consideration the impact to all the families. So we have about 600 family homes in Aragon, eight something up in Bonterra, and then 700 in Acovela. Plus you have all the rentals, the 2 rentals, plus the one there outside the city of Hialeah, which belong to the county. Now then you have all the truck traffic, and then you have all those employees that work on the warehouses. So it's a lot of impact. So, yeah.
point taken. Young lady, you want to speak? And then, I'm sorry, but we're,
Say, we just want to put the cart before the horse, not the other way around. That's all.
thank you. Name and address, please.
Buenas noches, pues prefiero hablar en español.
Baje el micrófono. Baje el micrófono para.
Ok. Sí, buenas noches. Prefiero hablar en español.
Ok, nombre y dirección.
Glenda Lira, 3262 West, 96 Place, Hialeah, Florida, 33018, Bonterra.
Glenda Frida, 30, can you repeat it again, please? La dirección la puede repetir.
3262 West, 96 Place.
3262 Northwest,
96 Place.
96 Place.
Ok. La construcción del proyecto impactaría negativamente y significativamente a todos los residentes.
The construction of the project will negatively impact all the residents of the surrounding areas.
El tráfico se incrementaría mucho más de lo que ya está y nadie quiere vivir allí porque es demasiado tráfico.
The traffic will increment dramatically and nobody wants to live there anymore.
Las propiedades es difícil vender
The properties are hard to be sold or rent
porque nadie quiere estar en esa zona de alto tráfico y además peligroso, y el seguro de los autos también mucho más caro al ser una zona muy peligrosa.
because of the traffic and because it's getting dangerous. The insurance for the cars is going high.
Además, la zona ya se colapsó, muchos guarejados, demasiado tráfico de trucks, y es difícil, toma 40 minutos, 50 minutos salir de allí.
The area has collapsed, too many warehouses, too many traffic, too many trucks, and it's taking too long to get out of the area, 40 minutes to get out of there.
Básicamente eso, o sea,
Basically, that's it, the traffic.
gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How many units?
Okay. Thank you.
Well, I do want to, I appreciate we've been here a while, but I do want to maybe touch on a couple of points. So look, we're hearing, certainly a certain message loud and clear. You also hear when you hear public testimony, you kind of hear neighbors who live a block from each other saying different things. I mean, you had at least a couple of your speakers tell you how much they love living in Hialeah Heights, and then others tell you that you can't sell a house or rent, right? And that's, some of the concern with public testimony, right? That it's all just a kind of a personal opinion, heartfelt as it may be. It is just that, right? I mean, it is not your expert testimony that you may have from a traffic study that's been reviewed. It is not your planner's expert testimony that the project fits your land use plan and the like. There was a lot of references to private land and being able to do what you want. Lennar undertook, getting into, contract, for this property by taking a look at a map that says that the land use that's allowed here allows for up to 12 units to the acre, and they're proposing a project slightly under 10. So, when we're sympathetic, and I have some ideas as to how we can help them and collaborate with them to get some answers to these questions. We're sympathetic to those concerns, but a lot of times the things that they were saying and simply, pausing or kicking the can down the road is disproportionately impactful to a private property owner, right? This parcel owner cannot develop. Lennar can't develop and do what they want while we wait for something else to happen. So I say that to bring up 2 points that I want you to consider as you deliberate that I hope will help and sway you. One, the one thing I think we all agree on here is that things take some time to get constructed and built and improvements to get done. So Carolina Herrera had showed me her screen. We talked about when they're projecting that they might be able to start homes, which is late 26. They're not projecting to be done building this community, which even by the math that other people did, where there's already a couple thousand units, this would be maybe 5% of the entire area. Not finished selling these till 2029. So the better part of 5 years, we're just starting 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, the better part of 5 years before they would anticipate that a community like this would be fully built out, because, you sell a handful of units every month, and, it takes time beyond the fact we've established that it takes a couple of years to even put the first shovels in the ground and do all of that kind of work. So I think there will be ample opportunity, and it's disproportionately impactful to not continue moving forward with rezoning and allowing those things to happen, because if you can't even start that, then someone else is bearing too big of a burden, right? The property owner and the developer then have to sit with their hands tied, unable to do anything with their property while we wait for inevitably whatever county, state, FDOT, you name it, are going to do to build. So I heard about truck traffic and the impacts of truck traffic. And again, 107th Avenue is supposed to address that. I heard, again, anecdotally about Commissioner Bermudez, whom I've known since I'm 11 years old, stating that there was some pause in the contract. And so the Turnpike interchange isn't going to be built for a number of years. I'd love to go sit down with Commissioner Bermudez and see what that means and get some answers. And I think we can do that in a collaborative fashion, while we rezone this and allow this process to move forward for this property owner and for this particular parcel. I mean, to pause it so that we can get those answers to the detriment of one property owner is a disproportionate impact. No one is discounting the impact that the residents have today. No one is discounting the impact that the future residents of this community may have and what they'll go through. But we're going to have a lot of time to do this. All the permitting we've talked about and everything we've talked about. And so, we have your staff's recommendation. We're not changing your land use. We're trying to rezone this property. We got to go through city processes, county processes, all that. I would like an opportunity, for us to move forward, in accordance with your planner's recommendation, We will meet with we'll talk with the neighbors about setting up a time to come sit and talk with the city. And I will go with them to meet with the county. I will go and meet with Commissioner Bermudez. I mean, I will personally give you my word, and you all have known me a long time and know that if I'm telling you I'm going to do something, I'm going to make sure that I do, because I'm going to keep coming back here and I want to make sure you guys don't call me out on it. To continue to get some of those answers that I think are at the crux of all of this, including, by the way, the police and fire stations. And I appreciate your comment. I mean, that's not going to solve the traffic issue, but it may be an amenity that people want. And I think that it's in the works. And with the city, I think we can facilitate where it's a little daunting sometimes for neighbors. And I get it, right? I'm in this world and I'm in this building twice a week, and I feel comfortable going upstairs and asking questions. And I fully understand that the residents may not have that comfort level. We'll provide that comfort level. I'll give them my business cards. They can talk to us when we finish here, and we'll set up a time that's convenient for them and with the city. And we'll have the calls with the people that we need to get some of those answers as we move through this process without pausing it. Because frankly, if we pause it, we have no incentive to do it. I mean, we're not going to develop this project. If we say no to this project, then it's not going to happen. And guess what? Their traffic woes aren't going to be solved either, right? So we meet your test. We enjoy your planner's recommendation. And so, respectfully, I don't think typically, that I will not be afraid of a deferral. I don't know what it's going to, I mean, 2 weeks is not going to solve the problems of when we're going to fix, build 107th, or it's just not, right? Let's be realistic. There's other times when there are things like that. 2 weeks isn't going to solve that problem. So rather than that sort of approach, what I'd like to do is, and you all could, certainly, and you've done it before, condition to meet with the neighbors, place on us that burden that we're offering to do of us meeting with these neighbors, setting up times and continuing to meet between first and second reading. And I think one of you, I think it was you, Mr. Perez, said, listen, they'll have an additional public comment opportunity, at second reading, which is one public comment. And so second reading is, scheduled for mid-February. So, if by second reading, we get to the city council and, we don't at least have some sense, the roads aren't going to be built, but we don't have some sense of what's going on, they would have the ability to ask the council to require something else of us, to Deborah's point of that really would be in the council's purview. But very little of that is stuff that we can address now, or that is, before you as part of this zoning application. They're macro issues that we share. So, I mean, respectfully, because I think we meet, the tests of the property, and we're not seeking to increase density, and we have, the property rights that any property owner enjoys, we would ask that you recommend approval with those conditions, that we make ourselves available and go through those meetings and go through that process. And frankly, leave it up to the council, who has to make tough decisions often, to determine by second reading, when they hear from these neighbors, did the applicant and their attorney do what they said they were going to do? Did they reach out to us? Did they meet with us? Did they set up some meetings? Do we start to have some idea of what's going on here? Or were they full of baloney? I'm telling you, I think you all know me. I think at this point, all of you have been up there for a little while. We're going to do the right thing. And so, in an effort to continue this process forward, we would, respectfully ask for you to consider that as an approval motion this evening, and to give us an opportunity to work with them collaboratively. And I'm happy to answer any additional questions that you have.
Yeah. Deborah, I have one question. Those surrounding streets in question. I know that the what is it, 107? That's a county.
Yeah.
Okay. Are those avenues and streets, are they county? Are they city? Are they?
97th Avenue, 107, 170, and 138 are county roads.
So they're out of our, pretty much out of our reach.
They are out of our reach, but we can reach out to the county and collaborate.
And 97th was built with a joint participation agreement between the city and the county. And so there are, and Mr. Marisso is familiar, there's a lot of collaboration. But yes, the governance of those roads is county governance.
Right. That what I'm trying to get at is right here. Given the fact that it is pretty much under the county governance. I'm sorry, I don't recall. Is there room for expansion in any of those roads?
There's no room for expansion.
Well, 107th is being expanded. I mean, not 97th. I mean, 97th is 5 lanes wide. So, I mean, that's probably an accurate answer. 107th, absolutely. That is the whole genesis of that $200 million project, which is that 107th from 138th all the way to 170th is going to become a 5-lane like 97th. And that's, by the way, that has been let out and the construction is starting. That isn't going to happen in 30 years. It might happen in 3, but it's not going to happen in 30. And we've established that it's going to take us a while. And obviously that's going to relieve a lot of truck traffic because it's going to be required, because when the city and the county talked about 97th Avenue, and in fact, approvals that I've worked on in the industrial area, the city will prohibit you from using 97th Avenue when 107 is open. So once 107 opens, the city will have the authority to require those county line projects and all of those projects, as we all had to sign the same kind of stuff, to bring their trucks in on 107th. They cannot do it today, and we recognize that, but there is relief coming. I mean, I think that that's fair to say.
Well, what I'm trying to get at is the future possibility of a joint venture between city, county, private, as far as road improvement, widening or what have you. Maybe Lennar might want to pitch in a couple dollars in there towards.
All the solutions are not expanding the lanes, because over the years you see that the lanes are expanded and expanded and expanded. There's other solution that is a solution involving transportation, and we are working on that with the master plan. The TPO is working on that. I think that everyone in the county knows the problem, and the problem will not be solved by widening lanes, and it's not something that we will solve.
I'm just trying to throw a bone out there. I mean, come on. It's you know, again, I regress. Under the advice of my esteemed colleague here from many years back, he has taught me, look at the application.
Exactly.
Look at the application. Does the application hold water? Okay, if the application is good, you need to consider it. And as per staff, your application does hold water. And you know,
yeah, no, I appreciate that sentiment.
I'm trying to throw a bone out there to see, you know.
Look, there will, and we haven't touched on it because we've touched on a lot of other things. We've been at this for 2 hours, but you know, impact fees. You know, we talked about the impact fees for that would go to parks being utilized for a dog park, but roadway impact fees, which the county collects as well as the city, the mobility fee, as the county calls it, are dollars that any new development brings into play. And I think that those are conversations that certainly can be had. I mean, this development will bring additional dollars to the coffers. What do you do with those? And I think those are the right questions to ask, frankly, of any development.
Well, you propose to definitely make time to meet with the residents.
Yeah,
with the neighbors,
that's
and that's
undoubtedly.
And you know, we've been at this for a long time, and I know that when you say
come
something,
down in your RV and hunt me down if I don't do what I
you know,
say.
you know, I know that when you say that, you know, you do something, you try and try.
It's being recorded, but you have my word of many years of doing it, and we'll walk out of here, and Alex and I will chat with them.
That being said, we've dragged this along way too long. We need a motion.
Wait, before we proceed with the vote, I do have to state in the record.
Oh, I'm
that
sorry. Go ahead,
we did
yeah.
receive 7 emails in opposition to
emails.
this item.
Okay.
Yeah, if we could get copies,
Yeah, I could email them to you.
yeah, email them, of course. Yeah, for our records.
Yeah, for the record.
Huh?
No,
Oh, you don't have to, okay, well then,
we need a motion.
Through the chair.
yes.
Last question, I promise. It says that the one a variance to build 100% of the units where 30% may be developed as RH3M. To me, that's like Chinese.
Because
So,
the code to prevent, like, to have diverse.
The Hialeah
uses,
code?
Yeah, the Hialeah code, to have diverse uses, they say, okay, 30% on homes, 30% homes, and 30% high density apartments.
okay, because
So-
we're expecting like a,
Yeah.
you know,
Like
Publix
like
and
a
this.
neighborhood that
Got
has
it.
different typology.
Got it.
So-
That was a
They're
little
requesting
confusing.
to only have the townhouses, that is
Yeah,
yeah.
Right.
We
And-
could enjoy more density by falling under a hybrid situation in which we develop some multifamily on the
But that's
site,
gonna
some
increase
single
more
families,
traffic.
and so some people will
Got
be happy with some single family. Everyone will be all unhappy with multifamily, and then we'll coalesce. So what we thought made more sense was this parcel, like most of the surrounding area, would make more sense to not try and shoehorn certainly any more height. I mean, the conversation would be even more rampant. And so, and by the way, it'd be the same number of units, I mean, because you could achieve the same density. We're just choosing to do so with this product, and so we have to ask for that. That also impacts cost because again, we go to the point. And you've heard the prices. I mean, a single family home, you heard what Lennar expects to sell if they were selling today, and that could be higher a year or two from now, high 500s. Single family homes are going for 850, 900,000. I mean, if this was all single family homes, it sounds good to say, oh, it's a bunch of $1 million homes. But what happens is it depresses, it takes so long to sell that because there are far fewer buyers for a $1 million home than there are for $500,000 homes. I think we can all sort of appreciate that dynamic, that then you start discounting, and that actually then sort of creates like an environment where like you think that it's a declining area because you simply built, at a price point that was just unattainable for a project of this size. I mean, you don't build 178 $1 million homes. I mean, it would take 20 years to sell out, and you wouldn't be able to, develop the site, do the remediation and all of that. I mean, you got to be able to get in and out in 3 to 5 years because money is.
I think your presentation is fantastic.
Thank you.
I think it's no fault of Lennar, and I think it's no fault of the residents. That's
At
why
all.
to me, this
At all.
is extremely hard.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like
The
go
whole
one
area
way-
out there has been a
At
nightmare.
all, which is
Go
why we
one
wanna
way or the
collaborate
other.
and work with them. I mean, because
mean-
I feel, and like I said, when they came to me, I said, guys, this is all going to be about that area and the traffic. And so I want to work, I want us to have an opportunity to work with them. The project gets paused or stopped. Lennar doesn't work with them because Lennar can't build this project.
But
We're
it's
just at the
not-
mercy of whatever.
It's not fair to you, and it's not fair to them. It's not fair to either of you guys. So that's why making this decision is extremely hard for me.
That's why I repeat myself. You have to, since you're put between a rock and a hard place, between fair and unfair, you just have to go by the legal. You being an attorney, you know that you just, does it hold water? If it does, then you have to act on it. If you have any doubt, beyond, proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Guilty or not guilty.
There you go. So that's my opinion. It may not be a popular answer to the neighbors, but that's where I stand. So
At least it's
I
not gonna
do
be by
need-
my motion,
I do need a motion, yay or nay.
not me.
I need to have a motion.
Motion to approve
With the conditions.
with the conditions. And Mr.
Yeah, the condition. Yeah, both Deborah's and our.
Oh, Deborah has
Yeah.
some conditions. built
Yeah, of
into
course.
it.
We accepted those early
Yeah.
on.
I'm basic on what you were saying. It's not gonna be a 1 or 2 or 3 year project. It's gonna take a lot longer. And by that time, police department, fire department, all that will be.
It's,
Yes.
the thing is, it's not just the police and the fire and the first responder. It has to do with the traffic, and that.
Well, it's Miami-Dade County also that
That
will review.
may-
So maybe Miami-Dade County imposes that condition.
Okay, we have a motion pending. We need to have a second or not.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Iglesias, second by Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Mr. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. well, he recused himself. Mr. Ulloa,
No.
Mr. Jimenez,
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
item has been approved with conditions.
Thank you all.
Okay,
And,
Hugo.
you don't need to say it. I'm
You-
gonna go right ahead.
Okay, just like with Cohia, man. Convince me.
Exactly. There we go. So.
Okay, you know the drill. And
Just-
not only just convince me, but convince the
Thank
the
you.
neighbors.
Just
We're-
one more thing before they leave.
Yeah.
Just consider maybe low residential because it might be less.
Well, it is
impactful.
low density. I think you mean consider the possibility of lowering the unit.
Yeah, lowering, the amount, it's really bad over there. And so you live there, you're really not gonna be able to see what we're
I
going through right
appreciate
now.
that. And I
And
know
I-
your perspective is,
I really want Lennar to build there. I do. I approve of what they want to do. I really want,
you guys to move forward with any project that is gonna bring more single-family homes to our city.
Mhm.
Because all these apartments I hate.
Yeah.
But if anything that is, for sale and for people to lay down roots here, I'm all in favor for. But, I had to say no because I have to go over
I
my
respect it.
community. And I want what's best for us. And I know it's gonna take a couple years for this to be done and everything. And I hope that you guys take a little bit longer to look at what you're building, maybe build. You might think that they used to say, I'm gonna tell you something right now. I used to go to Publix, I still go to Publix, but I used to go to Publix years ago when they started selling Boar's Head ham. They only sold Boar's Head ham in Miami Lakes. I would ask the people in Hialeah Publix, can I get Boar's Head ham? And they would tell me, that would never sell here. This is Hialeah. You're telling me that,
And I bet you that new Publix has Boar's Head.
no,
Yeah.
now Hialeah Publix has Boar's Head.
Of course.
Now, across the canal, across the bridge on the other side, in Miami Lakes, they're building million-some-odd-dollar homes. People that want to buy a big house here, we want to buy big houses in Hialeah too. We have the opportunity, we have the money, we have the people here. Our residents aren't like muerto de hambre. I make a good living where we're at right now. I would love to see,
Lennar
single-family
built
homes.
not only the home you live in, but all of those other ones. So they believe in the market. Trust me.
I'd love to see single-family homes. There's something maybe, so won't be so much density, you know?
The challenge with the site is the environmental cost, right? Because if we do single family homes, you can only spread all those environmental costs into fewer homes.
Yeah.
It would never, we tried, we would love to do single family homes here. We
Fill in
know
the
we
lake,
could
maybe
sell
if you
them.
fill in the lake, we can sell more
We
homes.
can't, we
You
can't
can't.
fill the lake.
Hugo.
So it's just challenging.
Hugo.
yes.
Well,
me a
thank you
favor.
so much.
What's that?
Do me a
You have a
favor.
good night. And
Favor.
we really appreciate you.
3 letters. Mention 3 letters to the young lady. She's the big cheese for Lennar.
She's my boss.
3 letters.
What are those?
AMI.
AMI?
AMI, right?
Yeah.
You know what that is, right?
Yeah. Median, yeah, just a median income. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Hey. I know my.
We're done.
but no.
We're done. Thank you all before we get in trouble.
Okay. All right.
Okay, we need a motion to reconsider item number 5.
Wait, well, remember, it's your discretion if you'd like to reconsider the motion or not. He's here. A motion to reconsider revisits the item. Right now, he has a denial. So if you'd like to reconsider the item and possibly overturn the denial, you do need a motion to reconsider.
Can we have him explain himself or something? So,
No, you need a motion to reconsider before you can do anything.
no, him.
You
Yes.
can't discuss the item. You
Yeah.
can't discuss the item until you make a motion to reconsider.
No, not the
item-
actual
the reason
item,
needs to be
the
open
reason he
again.
was late. Okay.
I want you to reconsider.
Okay, we have a motion to reconsider.
Okay, we
And
have a
second.
motion by Mr. Ulloa, second by Mr. Iglesias. Mr. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mr. Santisteban,
Yes.
Mr. Jimenez,
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
Mr. Mason.
Yes.
I don't
Okay,
know.
now, we need to explain to him, which I believe you did already.
Yeah,
But
but
we need to kind of like,
yeah, let me
bring the-
explain you, explain him, I will explain him what we're going to do.
Mhm.
Nosotros ya consideramos su caso, usted no estaba presente, lo consideramos, oímos a los vecinos y el board recomendó no aprobarlo. Yo leí un reporte y ellos se basaron en ese reporte. El reporte lo leí en inglés. Entonces ahora voy a leer el reporte en castellano para que usted lo entienda y usted puede hablar con ellos van a hablar del ítem, los vecinos pueden hablar de nuevo, vamos a hacer todo de nuevo para darle a usted la chance de que usted escuche y que nosotros lo escuchemos. What I said, I explained him that you already considered the application, that I read a report in English, that the neighbors also spoke on the item. He was not here, but now out of for his convenience and as a courtesy to him, we are reopening the item and I will read the recommendation in Spanish.
while you read that, I want to step out for a second.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Voy a leer la recomendación en español. La propiedad en esta aplicación está ubicada en el lado sur de la calle 43, al oeste de la calle 4 de la avenida 4 del East. La propiedad fue desarrollada en 1929 como un sitio único con 4 lotes, así como fueron plateados en el año 1927, y la propiedad está mejorada con una vivienda unifamiliar que está en el medio de la parcela. Las dimensiones de la parcela son 100 pies por 138.30 pies, lo que es igual a 0.31 acres. La casa es una de las últimas casas que quedan en la ciudad que fueron desarrolladas antes del año
No,
1930.
no. You've lost quorum. Mr. Him, you've lost quorum.
Well,
We have to have quorum.
But I am repeating what
We
I
have to have quorum.
Okay. So we have quorum. Okay. Esta casa es una de las últimas casas que quedan en la ciudad que fueron desarrolladas antes del año 1930, de acuerdo a lo documentado por el condado de Miami-Dade, donde su estilo original fue preservado a través de los años. La casa y las casas adyacentes hacia el lado este y oeste son notables dentro del tejido urbano de la ciudad porque fueron mantenidas con mucho cuidado, incluyendo sus jardines y sus áreas swale areas y sus áreas al lado de las veredas fueron también bien mantenidas. El lado sur de la calle 43, dentro del bloque donde esta propiedad está ubicada, tiene 16 viviendas unifamiliares, donde 75% de las casas están desarrolladas en lotes que tienen frentes que varían desde 60 pies a 100 pies. La propiedad está corrientemente el dueño es una LLC que compró la propiedad en diciembre de 2023. El agente registrado de la LLC también posee otras propiedades en la ciudad, propiedades de inversión, y también vive en la ciudad de Hialeah. En este momento, el aplicante está ante la ciudad con una propuesta para demoler la casa existente construida en 1929 y construir 2 casas idénticas con 6 dormitorios y 4 baños, ubicando cada una de ellas en 2 de los 4 lotes que conforman la parcela. Para poder desarrollar las propiedades de la manera propuesta, las siguientes variantes son necesarias. Variante para permitir una casa unifamiliar en un lote que no es estándar, con un frente de 50 pies y un área de 6.900 pies, donde 75 pies y 7.500 pies cuadrados son requeridos. Y también una variante del retiro obligatorio lateral a 5 pies, donde 5 pies, 1 pulgada es requerido. Además de esto, el diseño interior de las casas no conduce a mantener las casas como viviendas unifamiliares, porque cada casa podría muy fácilmente ser convertida en 2 unidades de vivienda. El barrio residencial ya tiene el impacto de la presencia de 2 propiedades comerciales muy usadas en el lado este de la manzana, con frente hacia la calle 4, hacia la avenida 4 del Este. Dejar al aplicante que divida una de las pocas parcelas grandes que quedan en la ciudad y removiendo una de las pocas casas históricas que existen en la ciudad, no solo que le agrega un problema al barrio, sino que también se rinde a la transformación negativa de los barrios de la ciudad de Hialeah. Esta tendencia se ve cómo los barrios se están convirtiendo en comunidades de renta, reemplazando los barrios viejos y establecidos, donde propietarios orgullosos Hicieron crecer a sus familias por múltiples generaciones a través de los últimos 60 años. Por estas consideraciones, las variantes que se piden deben ser denegadas porque el lote de 50 pies no es consistente y no es compatible con la medida del frente de los lotes que existen en esa cuadra y por el carácter histórico de la casa existente que debe ser preservada como parte del patrimonio histórico de la ciudad de Hialeah. Y la recomendación es denegación.
I do apologize for the board losing quorum,
¿Puedo hablar?
but I heard you. Okay, go ahead.
So,
Sí, ok. Habló de muchas cosas, tengo que ver cómo por parte puedo explicar alguna de las que usted puso ahí.
Permiso, voy a tener que traducir todo lo que usted diga, así que por favor hable calmado, ¿ok?
Ok.
Despacio.
Uno de los puntos que usted mencionó
One of the points that you mentioned
es que las casas deberían requerir de un 75 pies de frente.
is that the houses or the properties, they need to have 75 feet of frontage.
Otra de las cosas que habló es que no hay multifamily en el área.
You also mentioned that there are no multifamilies within the area.
Bueno, dentro de del perímetro que ustedes abarcan para hablar sobre eso,
Within the perimeter that you review to talk about that issue,
sí hay multifamily.
there are multifamily.
Uno,
One.
que Débora y yo lo encontramos.
Perdón, pero el perímetro ese son los 500 pies cuadrados alrededor de la propiedad a los que hay que mandarles noticia. Lo que nosotros consideramos la compatibilidad es la cuadra misma de un lado y del otro, no lo que está alrededor, porque usted no puede comparar la avenida 4 del Este con un interior donde hay todas casas single family.
Bueno, como
What I clarified is that the 500 feet radius is for purposes of notice and not for compatibility of the proposal, and you cannot compare a property that is facing East 4th Avenue that a property that is in the interior of a residential neighborhood where everything around are single family homes.
Ok, otro de los puntos que tocó en el tema
Another point is
es que tiene que ser 75 pies. O los vecinos de atrás, exactamente con mi propiedad, tienen 25 pies. Nada más.
the 75 point is
de
the other
front,
point. My neighbors to the
frente.
rear, they have 25 feet.
Yo creo que si yo pido 50, es el doble de lo que el vecino tiene.
If I ask for 50, is
que-
the double that my neighbors to the rear they have.
Si tengo 4 lotes, el vecino tiene 4 casas de 2 plantas.
If I ask for, my neighbor has
yo voy
4
a-
houses within the 4 lots.
Simplemente fabricar 2 casas grandes, pero solamente 2 casas.
I'm
Con-
simply asking for 2 lots to develop with 2 houses.
Es muy bien que las casas se queden como patrimonio de la ciudad, pero recuerden que todo va a caer.
It is good for the houses to be as historic, but everything will fall.
¿Cuántos años vamos a esperar a que la casa caiga y mate a alguien? Porque
How many years are we gonna wait until the house falls and kills
no,
somebody?
no aguanta reparación el techo con la chimenea.
Because the roof, the house doesn't
El próximo paso sería cuando
Can be
venga
repaired.
algo, caerse la chimenea o hacia la derecha o hacia la izquierda
the chimney can fall to the right or to the left,
y tendremos que asegurarnos que no haya nadie abajo.
and hopefully that nobody is
Si la casa del
underneath.
26 no es sólida, es madera
The house from 1926 is not solid, it's
y
wood,
no tiene cimiento, está podrida
and it doesn't
total.
have foundation. Is that,
Quieren dejarla 100 años más
do you want to leave it for another 100 years?
y no creo que una casa del 29 con la figura que tiene
And I don't think that a house from the 39
mejore el
with the
vecindario a 2 casas modernas de cualquier diseño,
with the style that it has
cualquier forma,
doesn't believe that it's
perjudique
going
el
to
precio del vecindario.
affect the neighborhood
Creo que
in opposite
mejor-
with the 2 houses.
Creo que
It's
mejora el precio del vecindario porque todas las casas están, excepto mi vecino a la izquierda, que está muy bonita, el resto.
except that the design that I'm proposing with the 2 houses, that I think that it's going to improve the property value of the surrounding houses.
Que lo hayan desaprobado por una decisión de gusto, Pero-
if they disapprove it for a likeness, position,
Creo que no le hallo lógica a la decisión para que la casa se quede, que se caiga, y que alguien
I don't see the logic for
desprecie las demás
the
casas que están
decision.
alrededor. De veras, no entiendo el por qué no quieren que se hagan dos casas modernas,
I don't
nuevas.
understand why they don't want two new
condiciones.
houses, modern, I don't know.
Pero no aguanta esa casa un aguacero, porque porque llueve tanto adentro como afuera.
But the house, it's not going to resist. It rains as much as inside and the outside.
Si alguien quiere un video cuando llueve, se lo puedo traer.
I can bring you a video when it rains that actually, that I can show you.
El piso es de madera, las paredes son de madera, todo es
The floor is
deplorable,
wooden, everything is deplorable.
muy malo.
My recommendation stays the same. I think it's incompatible to destroy like the integrity of one of these remaining big parcels. And also all homes can be preserved. There are houses from the 1850s. So, and even if the house cannot be preserved, two houses instead of one single family house to preserve the integrity of the neighborhood would be the recommendation. So the recommendation for the proposal that was presented is still denied. Lo que expliqué es que hay casas de 1800 que todavía están en pie y hay técnicas para reparar esas casas y para mantenerlas, porque si no, no habría patrimonio en la humanidad de nada. Y además, fuera de esto, que también mi recomendación sigue siendo que hay que mantener la integridad de los lotes grandes, como le leí en el reporte, 75% de las casas en esa cuadra, en la 43 Street, en ese tramo entre la 4 y la 5 y la 3, todas esas casas, el 75% están hechos en lotes que tienen entre 60 y 100 pies. Entonces, la recomendación sigue siendo denegación. Ahora ellos van a votar y así es como se conduce el hearing.
Aunque mi vecino tenga 25 pies, tengo que respetar yo 75 y él sí puede tener 25.
Even if my neighbor has the 25, I still have to follow
His
the
neighbor doesn't
75.
have 25. The house that has 25 is on is on 42nd Street.
Sí, vecino patio con patio, no el del lado. Patio con patio tiene 25.
My rear side neighborhood, he has 25 feet.
Cuando yo fui a tomar la decisión de comprar la casa, yo me presenté en la ciudad.
When I took the decision to buy the property, I went to the
Pregunté
city.
Antes de comprar en la ciudad, si se podía hacer lo que estamos haciendo, lo que estamos presentes aquí. Y todo el mundo dijo, es decir, a quien me presenté me dijo que sí, que se podía comprar, seccionar, construir.
I asked before buying the property at the city if they can be divided and it can be developed and it can be constructed.
Se compró, se hicieron los planos, se presentaron los proyectos, se hicieron los trámites.
I bought it, I presented plans, I submitted it and I applied and I went through the process.
Todo está listo y ahora
Everything
hay
is
otra
ready.
decisión.
And now it's a decision.
Creo que todos trabajamos y todos sudamos y todos nos esforzamos para un futuro mejor. Y si esta decisión la tomé porque me apoyaron en la ciudad de Hialeah a que lo hiciera.
We all make
puede ser-
decisions, we all work,
puede que
and
sea
I
para
made
mí-
the
para mi
decision
futuro,
because I
para
was
mi
supported.
retiro, para mi bienestar, para el del vecindario. No sé por qué me lo quieren denegar si no estamos haciendo nada fuera de lo que la ley pues está establecido, ¿no? No sé.
I don't know why they deny it if we are not doing anything outside of the legal.
Creo que
Isn't
cuando
25-foot lot substandard?
It's substandard, but that is facing 42nd Street. We are talking about 43rd Street, and we're talking about the south side of the street.
Yeah, no, I
That if you look at the map, you will see that most of the properties no property has been built on a 50-foot.
I know, his lot his property is 4 lots,
Exactly.
okay? And the neighbor to the back
Yeah.
has 2 lots. But neighbors east and west of him are full-size lots, like what he has. And he's trying to divide his lot into 2, right?
Yes.
I still think that he's gonna get rid, he's just gonna destroy that single-family home vintage look of the neighborhood.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there's nothing in that area. I've been living in 47. I was living in 47. My parents are still there since I was 10 months old. I'm 50 years old. That place doesn't have multifamily like that. That's encroaching. I always admire the fact that I could run through those alleyways and see these picket, leave it to beaver houses. And I wished I owned one of those, until it got out of my reach. And it doesn't fit that area. Like, I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't. If you see to the left of the actual property, that property there, every so often, which I shouldn't be, I hope my wife is not listening, I will go to the McDonald's, and the property there in that area, right next to it, they literally invested in money to restore the house and look at the grass, look at everything. It's like, we don't want that into the area. My thing is, I concur with Mr. Perez. It should be kept how it is.
Through the chair,
Yes, sir.
do we know who he spoke with that told him that he could do this and now he made an investment?
No one tells him that he can do it. Everyone tells him you have the right to go before the Planning and Zoning Board and the City Council and ask for a variance, and they will approve or disapprove once they analyze the case.
Entre las decisiones que tomen, cuando tomaron esa decisión, yo tuviera que repararla o por obligación la casa.
Between the decisions that I made, what do I have to do? Do I have to repair? What do I have to do?
Este panel solo recomienda, y después hay 2 reuniones más con el Consejo de la Ciudad y son los concejales los que votan. Así que ellos tendrán la última palabra en la dirección que quieren tomar. A lo mejor ellos recomiendan denegar y a lo mejor el Consejo de la Ciudad recomienda aprobarlo. Así que el proceso acá empieza, ellos hacen su recomendación y después el Consejo de la Ciudad decidirá qué hacer. Por ahora no tiene que hacer nada, tiene que venir a todos los hearings.
No, the chair, would he be able to keep somewhat of the facade of the house and try to keep, some aspects of it and try to repair it and build around it, trying to keep still the traditional look? And maybe that property could become a historical
Well,
landmark.
he could come.
Yeah,
or
but
he could
can't
come.
do that in
He
that
could
area.
come with a proposal to use, because the size of the lot also matters, to build a new single-family home that is consistent what is there in the neighborhood for one family, not for 2 or 4 families.
Yeah, but
And
he
with
would have to destroy the house.
with the grass soil area and with a good design that can mimic or that can memorialize some of the things that this historic house has.
This house in the middle of the 4 lots? Microphone.
The house is in the middle of the 4 lots.
The house is
Yeah.
in the middle of the 4 lots.
Yes.
Yeah, so basically you can
En el
say
medio
he's
de
got
los
4 lots,
dos.
get the
En
house
medio de los
El
cuatro.
medio, de los dos al medio. Si fueran 4, este está libre y la casa queda en el centro
En
de
el
los
mismo,
dos del
en
medio.
el medio de los dos.
Sí.
Looks like a little miniature, hacienda kind of.
Yeah, but
just-
I understand where he's coming from too.
Yeah.
To keep that little wooden shack there. That's gonna be difficult.
My opinion is,
But
I-
the 2 houses with 6 bedrooms each bedroom with a bathroom, one door at the front and one door at the rear end, you can see what will happen there.
Yeah.
And the testimony of that is that
Yes,
he owns the house and he has it rented and we don't know how many people live there. There are trucks parked.
Pero eso
there.
puede ser modificable. Lo de la el tamaño es modificable.
Bueno, pero
No es negable.
usted la
The
casa la
size can be
compró,
modified.
usted la casa la compró en el año 2023, lo tiene rentada, los vecinos se quejaron, hay una cantidad de gente viviendo ahí y parqueando camiones y parqueando RVs, entonces mucho respeto por el barrio se ve que usted no tiene porque no lo está demostrando. Un respeto por el barrio sería preservar el lote de los 100 pies y venir con una construcción de calidad que sea consistente con lo que ya pasa en la ciudad, no para hacer multifamily, no para que vivan muchas familias ahí, sino que viva una familia en una casa unifamiliar como es tradicional en ese barrio residencial.
Quiero realmente hacer 2 unifamiliares, ¿ve? Del tamaño que me la acepten o la que sea, pero 2 unifamiliares, no una.
Can we motion already or?
Yeah.
I would like to motion to deny.
We have a motion to deny and a second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Ulloa, second by Mr. Santisteban.
Right.
Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
Mr. Jimenez,
Yes.
Mr. Santisteban,
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mr. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Mason.
Yes.
Item has been denied.
Bueno, fue denegado. Tiene que volver el día 20, ¿qué día es?
Enero 28.
Enero 28 a las 7 a las 5
A las 5:30.
5:30 de la tarde acá para la reunión del Consejo de la Ciudad.
Esa casa que tiene usted, señor, no recomiendo para rentar y eso sí, en estos momentos. Y
Usted
dice
está-
que están las condiciones que está, puede ser un peligro para usted.
Si usted
Para los
está
residentes de la
preocupado
casa
por,
esa.
usted está preocupado por la estabilidad de la estructura, que se cae, pues, que se llueve, que se moja la chimenea. Sencillamente puede sacar un permiso para destruirla,
Ajá.
¿ok?
No, the property has a fault because of the age of the house.
Okay, well,
We don't give advice.
Deborah, él pudiera, en vez de hacer lo que él quiere hacer, venir otra vez a la ciudad y hablar y a lo mejor hacer esos 2 monstruos de casa, poder hacer algo más chico.
Él tiene que venir al Consejo de la Ciudad y seguir el proceso. Eso mismo que that you're saying,
Okay.
it was already advised to him and he don't want to do that.
Oh, okay. Thank
He
you.
wants to do rentals.
what I was going to say was
¿Usted me entendió?
Sí, sí.
renovar la
Podemos-
casa que tiene con las mismas, con la misma fachada.
Yeah, it'd be beautiful.
¿Ok?
But he
La
doesn't
misma
want
casa
that.
que tú tienes.
Sí.
¿Ok? Que se está cayendo, que la chimenea es eso. Que sacan permiso para renovarla, reforzarla, pero manteniendo la misma fachada, manteniendo el mismo.
Y no puedo
No,
hacer
no,
2
no,
con
let
la
me-
misma fachada.
Now, let me ask you something. If it's designated as a historical site, doesn't the city help him?
The city no, but the county yes.
The county,
There are
mira, ajá.
grants and there
Ay,
are tax
mira, tú,
exemptions.
esa casa que tú tienes tiene 100 y pico años. Esa casa, si está designada como un sitio histórico, el condado te puede ayudar con dinero para arreglar esa casa, mejorar la propiedad y todo, para que tenga hasta más valor de lo que tiene en estos momentos. So,
Pero
no vas a
tiene-
perder dinero con esa
Pero
casa. en
tiene
este
que
momento.
mantener.
Usted lo que tiene ahí es un pedacito tesoro
Hmm.
que queda en Hialeah. Y por eso no lo queremos destruir, señor. Tú no entiendes lo que tú tienes ahí y lo mejor usted no lo quiere porque no entiende la ciudad y no puede ser que no respete es lo que ve en el vecindario que nosotros vemos. Usted lo que tiene ahí es una joya, de verdad que sí. Y usted lo ve como una cosa que es un
Diamond-
trailer, un desastre.
A diamond in the rough.
Yes, por lo
Yeah,
que
this
usted
is
tiene
like
ahí,
a
señor,
gram.
es
The
un
gram.
diamante. Y si usted lo viera con otros ojos, en vez de quererlo ver como dólares, que van a ser dólares si usted lo arregla, tiene muchas posibilidades esa casita. Porque lo que tienes ahí, como digo, es una joya y una belleza. Si tú lo tuvieras como estuviera originalmente,
Sí, pero si la fuera a hacer como investment, quizás venderla mañana.
es un investment, yo lo sé, pero un historical site es un investment también
I know.
que va a tener mucho más valor.
Lo que vale solo es la tierra,
Okay.
la casa no vale nada.
We have
Nada.
2 more items.
Ok, gracias, señor.
No vale nada la casa, lo que vale es la tierra nada más.
We have 2 more items. We need to go on.
Okay, so miscellaneous item not requiring advertising.
Yeah, but you gotta let them know. You gotta let the gentleman know. what's
No,
up.
ya se le dijo que se le rechazó la petición. Tiene que regresar, al consejo.
Y no haga como hizo un señor aquí, que tumbó la casa y después pidió permiso para construir y no se lo dieron. So, no.
O entonces está
No, yo
embarcado.
no la voy a tumbar porque si la tumbo
Yo
tengo que
sé, pero ese
levantarla.
señor tumbó la casa completa y después dice, ah, un permiso y no le dieron permiso.
No,
Para que
no,
usted
no,
sepa.
no. Voy a tumbar la casa, voy a tumbar la casa.
Exacto.
Usted puede venir al consejo, lo que es
When is the
para el
next,
día 28,
A las
correcto,
5:30.
28.
Yes, enero
Y
28.
entonces se presenta y explícale también al consejo a ver qué le recomienda.
Ellos son los que tienen la... Nosotros somos recomendación solamente.
Ah,
Ellos tienen la última palabra.
es
Ok.
un poco fuerte si uno viene a usted y le pide una pregunta, usted me dice que sí, después me dice que no, un poquito fuerte esa decisión.
¿Quién le dijo a usted que sí?
No. Vinimos a la ciudad, presentamos las ideas, preguntamos las ideas, todo el mundo apoyó, todo el mundo dijo sí, y ahora como que cambió,
Ok,
llovió
Una pregunta.
y se gastaron
¿Algún
$13,000.
funcionario de la ciudad
Sí,
le dijo a usted
sí,
que usted podía podía comprar, derrumbar y hacer doble?
sí, bajo,
Ok.
bajo juramento.
Ok.
Esto,
Lo que uno dice, entiende.
yo digo así
No
nada más,
one
no he dicho
says-
nadie,
Every,
no he dicho nombre.
everyone says you have the right to come, you need a variance, you cannot do this by right.
Ellos,
You have, and also when people come and they make those type of questions, it's very general. You don't have a project, you don't have anything to assess. So it's a general question and goes with a general answer. And the general answer is, yes, you have the right to come and apply for a variance and request whatever you want to do. And then
¿Entendió o no?
the
No.
council says
Ok.
yes or no.
la razón que yo le hice esa pregunta es porque basado en la forma en que usted lo planteó a esa persona, ¿ok? Sin información, esa persona le dijo a usted, sí, tú tienes el derecho de venir y aplicar para o derrumbar o renovar o dividir, ¿ok? Pero usted le presentó a esa persona que le dijo que sí, le presentó un plano.
Sí,
Le presentó un plano a esa persona
Sí.
y esa persona le dijo a usted que sí, que podía hacerlo.
sí.
Bueno, pues entonces usted necesita ir a esa persona y hablar con ella. Porque nosotros no somos esa persona y nosotros no se lo vamos a aceptar. El consejo es posible que ellos sí se lo acepten. Nosotros no podemos aceptárselo.
Caso cerrado.
Y
Tiene dos chances para venir y hablar con los concejales. Ellos son los que le van a decir que sí.
¿ustedes también van a estar el 28? ¿Ustedes están presentes el 28?
Nosotros no, el consejo, los concejales, el alcalde va a estar presente. Bueno, si es bien,
Sí, en la reunión, pero no. la
pero no hay.
Nosotros no tenemos que estar ahí, porque todo lo que hicimos aquí, ellos lo cogen en consideración cuando ellos cogen los papeles. So, ya ellos saben lo que tienen.
Son otro
que
grupo de
para-
gente.
Sí.
Son otro grupo de
Es
oficiales.
otro grupo.
Ellos son los legisladores. Nosotros somos recomendadores.
Ya, cuando
Ellos son
cuando yo conversé con la persona, presenté dirección, se entró en la ciudad, se vio la casa.
Señor, perdone, por favor, perdone, mire. Le entendemos su dilema.
Sí.
Nosotros no podemos hacerle nada.
Ya, gracias.
Ok, no podemos hacerle nada. La decisión se tomó aquí 2 veces. Su caso se oyó 2 veces.
Gracias.
Ok, las 2 veces dio la misma resultado. Ok.
Ya, gracias.
Venga el 28.
28.
El
2 semanas.
28.
5:30.
A las 5:30 a ver aquí mismitito, a ver el consejo y oiga su caso.
Okay.
Si usted quiere, antes de empezar el consejo, hable con los concejales, a ver qué opinan ellos. Hable con el alcalde, saque un apoyo y hable con el alcalde.
Ok, está bien.
¿Ok?
Perfecto.
Pero nosotros aquí ya, las manos de nosotros están, mire.
Gracias, gracias.
Okay?
Pasen buenas noches.
Gracias. Buenas noches. Okay. Next item in line.
Okay. Item number 8, old business.
Any old business?
Okay, no old business. Item number 9, new business.
Are we establishing that every meeting we leave at 10?
I see some staff members here that's gonna have some pastelitos,
We had a long night.
some
yesterday.
pastelitos and some croquetas. I see legal over there nodding, yes,
Yeah.
we're gonna do it.
New business, Happy New Year. to
Okay,
everybody.
Happy New Year, everyone. Meeting's adjourned.